Galw'r aelodau I drefn ar eitem gyntaf prynawn yma yw'r cwestiynau I ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid a Llywodraeth leol. A'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Mohamed Ashka.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the use of fixed penalty notices by local authorities in Wales, please?
Thank the member for the question. Llywydd, it is for each local authority to determine its own policy and approach to the use of fixed penalty notices. The Welsh Government supports their use when deployed as a response to genuine problems, issued sensibly and enforced even-handedly.
Thank you for the reply, Cabinet Secretary. Last year, Merthyr Tydfil Council issued only 2 fixed penalty notices and Torfaen Council 13. However, Newport City Council issued 840 notices compared to under 300 in previous years. Blaenau Gwent Council issued over 1,400 notices last year. What reason can the Cabinet Secretary give for the wide inconsistency in the number of fixed penalty notices issued by local authorities in South East Wales, and what assurances can he give that they are not being used as a mean of increasing revenue only?
Llywydd, the member is quite right to point to the variation in the way that different local authorities deploy fixed penalty notices, but that is because there is a repertoire of actions that local authorities can take, including court action, and some local authorities use a different mix of responses to others. And I don't think it is for the Welsh Government to decide how local authorities should deploy the different responses available to them and the combination of those responses in their own localities. I agree with the point the member made at the end of his question that local authorities must use fixed penalty notices as a proper response to genuine problems, and that the revenue that they raise is there to address those problems and not as a revenue-raising measure in its own right.
Jenny Rathbone.
Public Health England is arguing that parents who leave their cars idling outside schools should be fined because of the air pollution problem. And I'm wondering, given that Cardiff Council has very effectively used fixed penalties using cameras on the back of buses to prevent cars going into bus lanes, I wondered what powers Cardiff Council might have to tackle a similar problem outside school gates in Cardiff.
Well, thank you for that question. I saw the advice that the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence with Public Health England had published last week, with guidelines calling for clean air zones to be set up outside schools, hospitals and care homes, for example. They don't, I think, in that document refer directly to a fixed penalty regime. They talk about the possible use of bylaws and other actions to support no vehicle idling areas. Given what we know about the pressure on air quality, this seems to me a very valuable report, and I know that colleagues in the Welsh Government will be looking at it to see whether there are any actions from it that we should think of taking in Wales, including making powers available to local authorities if that is thought to be the best way of enforcing such a regime.
Rhiannon Passmore.
As a former councillor, I know that the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government will intimately empathise with the plethora of demands that low-level environmental crime places on the caseload of local councillors. And outside of the portfolio of local authority responses that the Cabinet Secretary has already mentioned, including court action, the use of fixed penalty notices can be an effective tool in helping to tackle low-level environmental crime. That includes drop litter, dog fouling and debilitating noise from dwellings and licensed premises. Cabinet Secretary, how does the Welsh Government view the value of local authorities using fixed-term penalty notices as one measure amongst others to deliver a better community for the people they serve, and how can best practice be disseminated?
Well, I agree with the member that this is one measure amongst other. Fixed penalty notices are a very familiar part of the repertoire available to local authorities. They were first introduced as long ago as the 1950s. And while I understand some of the concerns that are sometimes raised about them being used as a revenue-raising tool, it's important to note that right across Wales, £1 million was raised by local authorities through fixed penalty notices in dealing with low-level environmental problems of the sort that Rhiannon Passmore has referred to, while the environmental cost of cleaning up litter to Welsh local authorities last year was £70 million. So it is a relatively small contribution to dealing with the problem. And I don't think it's an unfair point for me to make to individuals who sometimes complain about the way that local authorities deploy fixed penalty notices in relation to litter, dog fouling and so on, that the answer is mostly in their own hands. Don't drop litter, and there'll be no fixed penalty notice to worry about.
Cwestiwn 2, Hannah Blythen.
Will the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the progress of the North Wales growth deal?
Thank the member for the question. The Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure leads discussions with partners in North Wales on a growth deal. Formal submission of a growth bid is expected in the summer, and that will mark the start of formal discussions.
Thank you for that answer, Cabinet Secretary. So following the submission last August of the growth vision for North Wales, I know that, and you'll be aware that stakeholders in my region across the border, such as the North Wales Economic Ambition Board, the Mersey Alliance, Cheshire and Warrington LEP and the North Wales Business Council have worked hard on collaborating and coming together to press ahead our plans for infrastructure development, the skills agenda and economic growth for the North Wales area. And in addition, in order to complement this work, I was pleased to be able to establish the cross-party group for North Wales here in the Assembly, so we can actually work together more collectively in order to press ahead that agenda in the Assembly to get the financial and political will to take our ambitions forward for North Wales. I'm glad you said that we're expecting progress very soon, because I think there's been a bit of a fear, despite it being much muted with alongside the Northern Powerhouse, things have gone a bit quiet of late. So I just ask, what political commitment remains to the North Wales growth deal from both the UK and the Welsh Government, and has any financial commitment been forthcoming as of yet from the UK Government, as it has done previously for them for the deals in South Wales in respect of Cardiff and Swansea Bay?
Well, thank the member for that question. The Welsh Government remains firmly committed to the development of a North Wales growth deal. I've recently embarked on my latest round of discussions with local authority leaders. I met with the new leader of Gwynedd and the new leader of Ynys Môn recently, and I discussed this matter with the both of them and also with the leader of Flintshire Council, and I know that there remains an appetite right across North Wales to fashion a growth deal bid that will be convincing to both the Welsh Government and to the UK Government. I can't speak directly for the UK Government on this matter, although every indication we have had is that they too remain committed to taking these discussions forward. We won't get to the point of talking about financial commitments until later in the process. There's still quite a job of work to be done in shaping that deal, in putting forward the proposition, in calibrating the money that will be asked for it against the realism of what can be achieved. That was the process both in the Cardiff and the Swansea city deals, and I quite certainly look forward to being able to help take that process forward in relation to the North Wales growth deal.
Mark Isherwood.
Well, building on the North Wales Economic Ambition Board's growth vision document last summer, the team developing the growth deal bid have called for devolved powers to be granted to the region, including skills, transport, strategic land use planning, business innovation, advisory functions, careers advice and taxation. But by taxation, they're not referring to business rates, but to tax increment financing. What consideration have you given or are you giving to that call where such financing, which I believe is available to local authorities in England, relates to borrowing funded by the future growth in business rates receipts resulting from the projects developed through the growth deal?
Well, Llywydd, I certainly agree that both city deals and a North Wales growth deal has to be more than just an argument about the sum of money. It has to be about a wider agenda of driving collaboration, speaking with a single voice on key ambitions, and with that may go devolution of some of the sort of responsibilities that Mark Isherwood just outlined. He will be for the proponents of the deal to make that case. Of course, I am aware of TIF and the way that it operates elsewhere. I met the Society of Welsh Treasurers in local government on Friday of last week and had a useful discussion with them about a range of these issues, including the potential for a shared gain approach to growth in business rate receipts, where it is possible that local authorities coming together in these city and growth deals can demonstrate that there is an additional flow of income as a result of their combined efforts.
Rhina Piorwerth.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mi fydda pobl Ynys Môn yn hoffi sicrwydd bod bargen dwf y gogledd yn mynd i fod yn chwilio i dyfu yr economi ar draws holl siroedd y gogledd ac nid clymu siroedd y dwyrain i'r hyn sy'n digwydd yn Lloegr yn unig. Mae yna gyfleon i'r gorllewin hefyd yn Iwerddon, heb sôn am yng Ngweddill Cymru, nid dim ond yng ngogledd orllewin Lloegr. A mae yna beryg enghraifft bod Wylfa newydd yn mynd i gael ei weld yn ticio'r bocs o ran Ynys Môn, neu o ran y gogledd orllewin yn ehangach hyd yn oed. A wneith yr ysgrifennydd cabinet gytuno bod rhaid i ni beidio dibynnu ar Wylfa, achos os di sefyllfa'n codi lle di hwnnw ddim yn cael ei ddilifro, mi fyddan ni mewn twll.
Wel, y her am bobl yn y gogledd sy'n gweithio ar y deal yw i bod yn glir, maen nhw'n creu rhywbeth sy'n mynd i gweithio dros y gogledd Gymru i gyd. Pan cwrddais i gyda'r arweinydd newydd Ynys Môn a Gwynedd, siaradais i dan nhw am beth sy'n mynd ymlaen gyda'r Wylfa newydd ac y pwysigrwydd i bod yn glir, bydd Wylfa newydd yn rhan o'r beth sy'n dod ymlaen fel rhan sylweddol o'r y deal, ond wrth gwrs mae'r y deal yn fwy na Wylfa. Ar ochr arall, dwyrain, gogledd dwyrain, dwi'n gwybod pan dwi'n siarad gyda bobl sy'n byw yn sy'n gyfrifol am pethau ar ffin Cymru a'r Lloegr. Maen nhw'n awyddus i esbonio y pwysigrwydd o gweithio dros y ffin gyda'r bobl sy'n byw yn Lloegr hefyd. Mae hwnna'n pwysig, ond dyna'r her, aniwe, i trial i creu rhywbeth sy'n gweithio dros y gogledd i gyd, a'n Wylfa a pethau eraill yn y gorllewin yn y gogledd. Mae'n hollol pwysig i hwnna fod yn canol y deal hefyd.
Cwestiynau nawr gan lefarwyr y pleidiau i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet, Llefarydd Plaid Cymru, Adam Price.
Diolch, Llywydd. Last week, as we know, the government declined to support the Circuit of Wales project based on the risk that it could be classified as being on balance sheet and therefore would have major implications for the Welsh Government's budget. Now, I'm interested in the decision-making process that led to this assessment in relation to balance sheet classification, as it could arise in a whole host of other projects in the future. And we know from the Cabinet Secretary's appearance of the Finance Committee this morning that his department has amassed considerable expertise running into hundreds of pages in this area because it arose in the context of the mutual investment model. In relation to this specific decision, can the Cabinet Secretary say if the person who prepared the paper on balance sheet classification that went to Cabinet last week was part of his team? I'm not seeking a name, I'm just seeking to understand departmental responsibility. Therefore, was the paper in question commissioned by him, by the Cabinet Secretary, by the Finance Secretary, or with his knowledge? And did he have sight of the paper before last week's meeting?
Well, the lead minister in relation to the Circuit for Wales is, of course, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure. As part of the due diligence work on the proposal submitted by the company, officials from my department were part of the work that went on in carrying out that due diligence and contributed to the assessment that, in the end, was put together and led by Ken Skates.
I mentioned the mutual investment model. I understand from what the Cabinet Secretary said this morning, he does not believe that the issue identified as part of the decision over Circuit of Wales has any bearing on the classification regarding the mutual investment model. Could he say a little bit more about why he has come to that view? And if so, was not a similar approach considered for the Circuit of Wales project? And can he also say, if he's aware, in this case, whether any of the following were contacted to give their advice or guidance in relation to the Circuit of Wales balance sheet classification issue? And I'll read them out slowly. Her Majesty's Treasury Public Expenditure Classifications Team, the Office for National Statistics, Economic Statistics Classifications Team, and the ONS Economic Statistics Classification Committee, and finally, Eurostat's Committee on Monetary, Financial and Balance of Payment Statistics.
Well, the reason, Llywydd, that I said to the Finance Committee this morning that I didn't think the decision in relation to the Circuit of Wales had a direct bearing on the mutual investment model that the Welsh Government has put together is a matter of timing as much as anything else. The one preceded the other. We had already developed our mutual investment model. I had already made a statement on the floor of the Assembly here about it and answered questions about it, and we had already had to submit that model to the ONS and to Eurostat to allow ourselves to be satisfied that the way that mutual investment model had been structured did not run a significant risk of those projects to be encompassed within it, ending up on the public balance sheet. And we did that, as you know, very much in the light of the Scottish Government experience, where their parallel model has ended up with many millions of pounds having to be found directly from public capital. So that work is completed, and we've taken that advice, and in that sense, I do not believe that it has to be revisited in the light of a completely separate project. As to the members' detailed questions as to where advice was sought, I don't have that information with me. I do know that the information and advice that came from those who had taken that advice was that the risk of the Circuit of Wales being classified to the public accounts was very significant, and that would have had a very major bearing on the Welsh Government's ability to carry out the capital investment projects that we have already announced and are committed to providing in Wales.
The First Minister last week said that ONS are not able to give a definitive ruling until contracts are signed in relation to project proposals. But it is the case that they are able to give a provisional ruling on classification. I'm relying here, Cabinet Secretary, on ONS official guidance on the classification process, which says ONS is occasionally asked to provide classification advice on policy proposals so that government can understand how these proposals would be treated in the national accounts. Any classification decision based on a near-final policy proposal will be deemed as provisional and dependent on the proposal being implemented as described. So my question, Cabinet Secretary, is this. Did the government, in relation to this project, seek not general advice as to the risk of a classification, but a provisional ruling as set out under Section 6 Government Policy Proposals of the ONS Classification Process Guidelines?
Well, Llywydd, I'm very familiar with the guidelines that the member has just read out, because in relation to the mutual investment model, that is exactly the position that the ONS have taken. They have provided us with a general view that the model as we have developed it would not end up with classification on the public books, but reserve the right in any particular project that we then take forward through that model, whether it be Velindre or the Heads of the Valleys or whatever it might be, to give us a separate ruling in relation to that project. So the methodology that Adam Price has read out is exactly the way that ONS go about its business. The government was satisfied, Llywydd, from the advice that we received, that the risk of classification to the public books of the project as presented to the government was too great for us to proceed on the basis that had been set out.
Llefarydd y Ceidwadwyr, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, I was unable to get a clear commitment from the First Minister yesterday with regards to the inclusion of a clear poverty reduction scheme within future local authority reform. Now, your white paper notes the need for a golden thread that links community-level aspirations with well-being goals to become a reality. So therefore, will you commit today to ensuring that a golden thread in terms of poverty reduction is similarly prioritised as a reality within your proposed legislation objectives going forward, with clearly marked strategic direction, ambition, objectives and deliverable outcomes?
Well, I'm not certain, Llywydd, that I completely follow what I'm being asked to commit to. What I will commit to is this, that local authorities in Wales, by the nature of the services that they provide, are often the final resort of the welfare state in dealing with people whose circumstances are so difficult that they require the assistance of homelessness services or social services departments or public health departments too. So there is a golden thread, it seems to me, already in what local authorities do in making sure that they provide services for those who most need them. My approach to local government, Llywydd, is the one set out in the white paper. My aim is to provide all local authorities in Wales with a renewed, refreshed and extended toolbox so that they have a greater set of possibilities that they can deploy in the way that best meets their local needs and circumstances, and then we must be more willing than we have been in the past to allow them to make those decisions, to be accountable for them to their local electorates, and to be able to respond to the circumstances that they face and are closest to in their own localities.
Thank you. Of course, this golden thread, your words, not mine, will require close working between community councils, local authorities and other public bodies, public service boards and any regional arrangements. And reform may require the reorganisation of public service boards. Your white paper proposes that they collaborate or even merge across local health board boundaries. Given that the proposals for community area committees have now been scrapped, there is little mention of public service boards in the previous bill's regulatory impact assessments. So, Cabinet Secretary, what analysis have you undertaken in regards to the costing of these such changes coming forward?
Well, Llywydd, of course, the costs and benefits of the proposals that we will bring forward will be set out in the regulatory impact assessment that will accompany the local government bill that the First Minister announced as part of the second year's programme when he made a legislative statement last week. And there will be a new regulatory impact assessment that reflects the set of proposals which will then be in front of the Assembly. I think the member makes an important point about local service boards, and she's right to pick up the fact that there was interest in the consultation about the way that we would maybe realign public service boards so that they are better able to match the new set of circumstances with greater emphasis on regional working and so on that the white paper set out. And I definitely do intend to pursue some of the views that came through in consultation and to look at public service boards in the context of these new arrangements.
Of course, local authority spending on central administration is set to rise by £11 million this year, while spend on roads and transport will fall by £2.73 million, and on libraries, culture, heritage, sport and recreation by almost £4 million. The Welsh Labour Government have talked the talk on more streamlined local government, but these figures suggest increased bureaucracy and red tape. Years of uncertainty over reform and reorganisation has not helped in the slightest. Cabinet Secretary, can you suggest why these costs are set to rise so dramatically And will you commit to ensuring that there is solid and responsible budgeting in this area?
Well, Llywydd, the single greatest contribution to the rise in that 11 million figure is the figure from Conway County Borough Council. And the member, of course, raised that with me in the Chamber last month. To another extent, there are some classification issues that lie behind the figure, just things being classified in a different way. I've not met a single local authority leader, Llywydd, who doesn't tell me how anxious they are to try and minimise the amount of money that they spend on those functions in order to free up money for the front line. The truth of the matter is, as I've said here in the past, and I repeated to local authority treasurers again last week, they face even tougher times ahead. The budget available to this government goes down next year, the year after, and the year after that again. And there is no escaping the fact that those reductions will have an impact on our ability to fund our partners to do all the things that they would like to do too. So the incentive and the impetus for local authorities to squeeze as much money as they possibly can out of backroom services, sharing administrative arrangements, being more efficient in the way they produce support services is very well understood in local government, and the reforms that we will bring forward will assist them in doing so.
Llefarydd UKIP Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, you've just been talking about the local government proposed reforms. One of the issues which I think has emerged from what you've told us so far is the theme of localism versus the need for systematic and mandatory ways of working, to use your own phrase. In other words, we need councils to be able to operate in their own way to some extent, but they have to conform to Wales-wide standards in some areas. We had the issue recently in England of whether or not a council could or should have excluded the press from a meeting. Now, there is an issue in Wales of the variability of TV coverage of meetings, council meetings. So how far will you go down the road of enforcing systematic and mandatory working in this area?
Thank you, Llywydd. Well, Gareth Bennett will be aware, I know, because he's raised it with me before, that our white paper makes a series of proposals which will place greater obligations on local authorities, both to broadcast their proceedings and to make their proceedings available to the public. Those parts of the white paper, I think, were broadly welcomed in the consultation. We have relied to an extent on encouragement in this field in the past. The local government bill will give us an opportunity to legislate to make sure that standards of openness and accessibility that exist in very many of our councils are made available in them all.
Yes, thanks for that. I think the approach of encouraging first is certainly wise, although at some point, there may be a need for actually enforcing what you've brought in. So, moving on from that, is the issue of when you do intervene in cases if a council gets into difficulties. For instance, there's been a few long-running pay scandals in local government in Wales in recent years, at least one of which is still going on. Now, I don't want you to comment on any specific cases, but in general, is there a role for you to intervene in cases where there are long-running problems which don't seem to be getting resolved and which may tend to bring local government into disrepute?
Well, Chair, there are, and quite properly, established procedures that govern the way that Welsh ministers can intervene when things go astray in local government. That often relies on advice from the regulators, including the Wales Audit Office, and where we have had to intervene where there have been failing education departments or failing social services departments. Those protocols and those ways of doing things, I think, have generally been effective. They've allowed us to identify the places where intervention is needed, and very importantly, they include a pathway out of intervention as well. So where local authorities are able to demonstrate that they have put right the things that have been identified, then we're able to withdraw and allow them to resume those responsibilities, and we see that being done successfully at the level of individual services, and in the case of Ynys Môn, in the case of the Council as a whole, a successful recovery by that local authority. What I would say to Gareth Bennett is that I think it is very important to learn the lessons from that, and where we have other instances where processes may appear to go on for too long and be difficult to reach a resolution, then we need to look back at that and see whether those processes need to be tightened up, and where they rely on the ability of Welsh Government to intervene to make sure that those circumstances are clear and cannot be avoided.
Yes, thanks. You've cited the example of Ynys Môn where there was a resolution, and I think you're right to look at past examples and where there has been success from the Welsh Government to look at that as a way of dealing with cases which come before you in future. Now, again, it's slightly sticky because I don't want to refer to a specific instance, but if there is a case where a pay dispute has been in the news quite a lot and it's been going on for 4 years, would the 4-year mark tend to interest you as a point at which you may need to get involved in that theoretical case?
Well, Llywydd, I think I will put it like this, that even in such a case, there will be a set of rules that are being followed. I will be wanting to make sure from the Welsh Government's point of view that the rule book as it exists today is being followed scrupulously. The assurance I wanted to give the member in answer to his second question is that when that matter does come to a conclusion, what I will want to do will be to revisit that whole process, to see whether we think that the rule book as it operated was commensurate with the issue that it was there to resolve. And if we feel that in the light of that experience, the rule book needs to be revised and a fresh set of arrangements put in place that ensure that intervention is possible in a timely way and which allows issues to be resolved, then that's the set of lessons that I will hope we will be able to learn from that experience.
Question 3, Mark Isherwood.
What were the Cabinet Secretary's priorities when allocating money to the Communities and Children main expenditure group in the 2017-18 final budget?
Thank the member for the question. The 2017-18 final budget aligns investment with key commitments in taking Wales forward. In the Communities and Children MEG, that includes an additional £10 million in support of our free childcare offer, an additional £6 million for the prevention of homelessness, and £1.4 billion over 4 years towards the delivery of our 20,000 affordable homes target.
Thank you. Well, clearly this portfolio covers things like families, children, welfare reform, financial inclusion, homelessness and housing advice to the voluntary sector. And getting advice in those areas is not only better for people, would actually save money for the public purse. Therefore, given that the Welsh Government had already commissioned alongside the National Advice Network prior to the 2017-18 budget, the report now published on modelling the need for advice on social welfare, what consideration was given to provision to take forward its conclusions, which they say now need to be properly framed within a wider policy discussion, considering the potential severity of problems, their interconnectedness and, of course, local insights?
Well, Llywydd, I understand the point completely that the member makes about the need for good advice services and the way that good advice can allow problems to be solved before they escalate. The way the budget-making process works, however, is that it is for portfolio ministers to identify priorities within the range of responsibilities that they exercise. We then negotiate together over a budget to deliver on those priorities, and it would have been for the Cabinet Secretary responsible to make the decisions in relation to the deployment of resources across the wide range of responsibilities, as Mark Isherwood said, that lies within that particular portfolio. We are embarked upon the start of the budget-making round for next year. I will be meeting the Cabinet Secretary concerned in relation to his portfolio and I'll make sure that a specific question is raised in that discussion on the point of advice services that the member has raised.
Michelle Brown. Question 4, David Rowlands.
Diolch, Gareth. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the savings anticipated as a result of the Welsh Government's new model for local government?
Well, Llywydd, as I said in answer to an earlier question from Janet Saunders, the associated costs and benefits of the new model of local government will be published in the regulatory impact assessment, which will accompany the proposed local government bill on introduction. The First Minister announced in last week's legislative programme statement that a local government bill would be included in the government's programme for the second year of this Assembly term.
Well, I thank the Cabinet Minister for that answer, but following on from a number of comments you've made earlier, do you not agree that there have been many attempts to reform local governance in Wales, including the abortive attempt to institute the Williams Commission recommendations, and that the present arrangement of 22 local authorities has proved financially and strategically unacceptable? And quite apart from the fact that we have 22 chief executives on highly inflated salaries, with of course 22 sets of attendant staff, the authorities are not large enough to institute any infrastructure projects because their budgets are inadequate. So does he not agree that we need real change to local government, not the incohesive arrangements now in place?
Well, the member is right enough in the history that he set out about attempts to reform local government in Wales. I think he is over harsh on the extent to which local government in Wales has been able to live within its means and has been able to contribute together to some major strategic programmes. But quite certainly, the need to come together in order to be able to discharge strategic responsibilities on a wider footprint is what lies behind the 10 local authorities that came together to form the Cardiff Capital City deal and the 4 local authorities that have succeeded in getting a city deal for Swansea. And by coming together in that way, they are undoubtedly able to work better across their borders, to create budgets to which they are all able to contribute, draw on money from central and Welsh Government budget, and to do a better job of the sort of responsibilities that the member identified.
Janet Saunders.
Thank you. The Wales Audit Office has previously highlighted the spend by public bodies on external consultants, £56 million last year, and noted that if they do not manage consultancy services effectively, they can be an expensive way to deliver our public services. Meanwhile, the NHS Wales Shared Service Partnership, NWSSP, achieved over £20 million in procurement savings in 2015-16, over £27.5 million in 14-15 and £26.9 million in 13-14. Given the scale of those savings, which are exemplary, one can only imagine what could be achieved at local government level across Wales. So therefore, Cabinet Secretary, how will you seek to encourage the rollout of best practice within the NWSSP across local authorities through your own reform proposals?
Llywydd, well, I completely agree with what the member said, that NHS Shared Services has been a conspicuous success story. Members here will be aware that it took 10 years to move from the original pattern in which almost every health organisation in Wales provided all these services for themselves to a point where we have a single shared service organisation for Wales. And part of the reason why it takes that length of time is because there are people involved in working in all of these services, and you have to take account of the perspective of the people who work in these services. In our white paper, we specifically asked the question as to whether or not there was more that NHS Shared Services could do to work for local authorities in this area, or whether it was better that local authorities develop their own model of shared services. There is some reluctance in local government in Wales to move down the shared services route, and there is a need for the message to be heard clearly in our local government partners that the move to shared services is a journey on which they are all embarked. I will be prepared to be understanding and pragmatic with them about the length of time it will take to reach the point where there is greater shared working, but no local authority in Wales should be in any doubt at all that we are all on this journey and they are on it too.
Question 5, Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the Cabinet Secretary make a statement on the payment of the foundation living wage by local authorities in Wales?
Thank you for that question. So, local authorities in Wales are taking a range of actions on lower pay. Some pay their employees the living wage, some are planning to introduce it, and others are moving closer to it by removing lower pay points.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. You'll probably be aware that Cardiff University Business School recently carried out a survey of those employers across the UK who've chosen to become accredited living wage employers, i.e. paying the foundation living wage, which is, of course, £8.45, almost £1 more than the UK's national minimum wage, and ensuring that the contractors that they use also pay the foundation living wage rates. The overwhelming majority of those surveyed identified that not only did the benefits far outweigh any costs, but less than 1 in 5 had needed to change contractors as they too had been content to pay the foundation living wage. Cabinet Secretary, given that local authorities are in many areas of Wales amongst the largest employers, will you join me in encouraging all councils in Wales to provide a lead within their local communities by not just paying the foundation living wage to directly employed staff, but to go the additional step and look to meet the accreditation standards by ensuring that their contractors pay it also?
Llywydd, I thought that Dawn Bowden made a very important point at the start of that supplementary question when she pointed out that for many organisations it makes good business sense to pay wages of this sort, which result in them being able to recruit and retain staff. At the Finance Committee this morning, we talked briefly about social care as an example of exactly that phenomenon. The turnover of staff in social care can be up to 30% on an annual basis. And yet we know that where there are local authorities and care companies who pay their staff and organise them on terms and conditions which make it attractive for people to take up those jobs, to stay in those jobs, to benefit from the training that is then available, that is a more successful business model for those companies and for those authorities than trying to pay at the bottom of the pay scale and then have to cope with all the other costs that go with recruitment, retraining, having to employ temporary staff to cover where gaps in workforce have emerged. So I think she made the case for the payment of the foundation living wage in terms that local authorities and employers can understand, and I'm very keen myself to make that case with them whenever I have that opportunity.
David Melding.
Cabinet Secretary, can I add my support to this growing trend as well? I understand there are over 80 companies and organisations now throughout Wales who are paying the foundation living wage, including presiding officer of the National Assembly and Cardiff Council. And I think the point you make there is that it is exactly the right one. We do have a productivity crisis in this country, and a lot of it is caused by wages being simply too low. And that part of the economy does need to innovate and also obviously provide those employed in it with decent standards of living. So I think the productivity and efficiency argument is very, very important, and we'll see more and more practice of this from the 80 companies and those that will join them in the years ahead, I'm sure.
I agree entirely with David Melding that low pay is the enemy of productivity. We've seen that in the UK economy over the last 7 years. When wages are held down, it becomes a perverse incentive for employers to keep people on where they could have taken other actions that would have led to greater productivity and, as a result, better wages for those people employed in them. I'm pleased to say, Llywydd, that as well as the National Assembly and Cardiff Council, as the member said, the Welsh Government is also accredited as a living wage employer with a living wage foundation. And not only do we ensure that all directly employed staff, including apprenticeships, are paid a living wage, our agreement as a government goes further than directly employed staff. In new Welsh Government contracts, we expect all contracted out service providers to pay their on-site staff with a living wage as well.
Question 6, Jeremy Miles.
What steps are being taken by the Welsh Government to assess the future resilience of devolved public services in light of the UK Government's continuing policy of austerity?
Llywydd, we work with our public service partners and the Welsh inspection, audit and regulatory bodies to assist in mitigating the flawed and failed policy of austerity.
I thank you for that answer. At the heart of the question of resilience, as we've just been discussing, is the question of well-being and productivity of the workforce, the ability to recruit and retain talent, and at the heart of that is the question of pay. So does he join me in deploring the suppression of public sector pay by the UK Government and the impact that has on Welsh Government's capacity to finance in other parts of the public services in Wales the sorts of pay settlements we would want and need? Does he agree with me that UK Government needs to move beyond choreographed briefings by Cabinet Ministers about this issue to genuinely relenting on the question of public sector pay austerity? And does he join me in hoping that the talents, energy and passion of Plaid Cymru can be directed to supporting the Welsh Government's pressure on the UK Government rather than setting up the kind of dividing lines we saw in the Chamber yesterday?
Llywydd, I certainly agree that the Chancellor of the Exchequer should listen to his Cabinet colleagues and end the damaging public sector pay cap. You heard the First Minister make exactly these points yesterday. We know that public sector workers since 2010 have seen average pay fall by 4.5% in real terms. And that is damaging both to them and to their families, but also to the communities in which they live, because it suppresses effective demand in the economy, and why I said in my first answer to Jeremy Miles that the policy of austerity is an inherently flawed policy. You cannot cut your way out of a depression. And that's what this government attempted to do, and in doing so, it simply added to the problem rather than trying to solve it. An end to the public sector pay cap would be a very valuable way of stimulating the economy as a whole.
Andrew Davis.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, you can look at austerity in two ways. You can look at it in the way that you look at it as a failed policy, Finance Secretary, or you can look at it as living within your means. And we all know what happens when the Labour Party get their hands on the finances. It just spirals out of control, and it's the next generation that has to pick up the debt. Appreciate the parties of the left just want to spend other people's money. They do then. But going back to the question,
I do need to hear the question. Andrew Davis.
But going back to the question refers to the resilience of public services in Wales. And I was just wondering, has the Finance Secretary had a chance to have a detailed conversation around the Cabinet table of how the Cabinet will make use of the additional capital expenditures available via the Comprehensive Spending Review? I believe in the region of £400 million has been made available for capital expenditure that will enhance the durability and resilience of public services in Wales. And will he make a statement as to how he is allocating this additional monies over the lifespan of the Comprehensive Spending Review?
Llywydd, well, I noticed that when it was their own jobs at stake, the Conservative politicians were able to find plenty of money to pass to the Democratic Unionist Party in order to make sure that they stayed in work. There was no problem with austerity then. We have an end to austerity in one part of the United Kingdom, paid for by people in the rest of the United Kingdom. And I think we can see just how far an adherence to austerity went when it was the Conservative Party politicians' own jobs on the line. The member's serious question was the one that he ended with, and that's to do with the capital budget. He will be aware that I was able to lay a 4-year capital budget in front of the Assembly as part of last year's budget-making round, and I know that that was widely welcomed both by our partners and by private businesses, because the need to plan public expenditure over that longer run is inevitably important to them. I am engaged, as I said earlier, in a series of budget meetings with Cabinet colleagues as we move into the next budget round. I am discussing with every one of them how we may be able to deploy the very modest additional capital allocations available to us over the next 4 years, and I will look to make the very maximum use of the public capital available to this government for a series of important public purposes, prioritising those investments that release revenue so that we are able to cope with the ongoing cuts to our ability to sustain public services over the next 3 years.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, as the Cabinet Secretary just said, austerity doesn't seem to like getting its feet wet and doesn't cross the Irish Sea. But the resilience of public services in Wales does depend on the robustness of the Barnett formula. The fact the Barnett formula has been adjusted but has not been reformed on the basis of needs is an ongoing problem for public services in Wales. So what assessment has he made, building on some of his earlier points, of the implication of the Barnett formula, on the Barnett formula, of the agreement with the DUP and the long-term sustainability of public services in Wales?
Well, Llywydd, my objection to the deal with the DUP is not that the DUP won a series of investments for the people of Northern Ireland. I'm sure those investments will be very welcome. My objection to it was the way that it has run roughshod over the arrangements for funding public services across the United Kingdom. And now, where there were investments in Northern Ireland that were solely for Northern Irish purposes and were not responsibilities of this Assembly or the Parliament in Scotland, or indeed of English ministers discharging responsibilities for English services, that I entirely understand. But where you have a deal that puts money into mainstream public services, into education, into health, into infrastructure, there's no ambiguity at all. And UK ministers can try as much as they like to hide behind some small print in the way that things are managed. There's no ambiguity at all that the principle is that if you invest in those mainstream services in one part of the United Kingdom, you provide all parts of the United Kingdom with a commensurate investment, because patients in Wales and children in Wales deserve the same investment in their future as people in Northern Ireland deserve the investment that they will now be getting.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf ar yr agenda yw'r cwestiynau Gomisiwn y Cynulliad a'r cwestiwn cyntaf, Jenny Rathbone.
What progress is the Assembly making in growing food on its estate?
In 2014, a group of staff volunteers ran a pilot scheme to assess the feasibility of growing food on the Assembly estate. As you'll appreciate, the Assembly has almost no suitable growing space, unlike some of the other UK legislatures. And unfortunately, it has proved not to be possible to grow food on the estate, although our caterers do grow herbs for use in the catering service.
I would wish to challenge that assumption, because I'm engaged in my communities in areas where there is almost no green space, and green space is found to grow things, because there's a huge amount of evidence that improves well-being as well as encouraging wildlife. Now, there was an initiative in the last Assembly, spearheaded by Julie Morgan, to encourage both members and staff to grow food or flowers on the estate, and I could easily identify areas where we could do that. For example, there are passageways which have become greenhouses in the summer, and we can be growing tomatoes, and they would look nice, and you know, lots of win-wins there. So the reason I'm raising this is that I was somewhat disturbed to learn that the new Chief Executive had written to the Community Land Advisory Service providing a similar answer to what you are saying. And I would ask you to look again at this, and I'm happy to meet you to discuss this outside the plenary session.
I thank you for that, Jenny, for that information, and I will certainly meet with you to discuss further. However, I will answer this question. in a way that I have prepared at the moment, but I will meet with you later. We are aware of the excellent initiative, and as I mentioned, a group of staff volunteers did assess the feasibility of growing food on our estate. However, with almost no available green space, the pilot scheme did conclude that it would not be possible to grow any meaningful amount of food on the Assembly estate. There is a plot of land adjacent to the Senedd, but however, this is not owned by the Assembly. So whilst we have not been able to grow food, we have focused on planting wildflowers and have installed bird boxes in conjunction with the RSPB, Give Nature a Home scheme, to attract increased wildlife, birds, bees and butterflies within the estate. The Assembly's chief executive has recently been corresponding with the Community Land Advisory Service and suggested that, given the limited amount of growing space available on our estate, that we may be able to help to promote its work in other ways, for example, if they explored holding an event at the Senedd. But I will meet with you later to discuss further. Thank you.
Cwestiwn 2, Hugh Ranker-Davies.
Thank you, Chair. Will the Commission examine the merits of establishing a presiding officer placement scheme to improve the accessibility of paid internships with Assembly members?
Diolch. Mae gan rai aelodau brofiad o gynnal lleoliadau interniaeth yn y cynulliad. Caiff rhain ei rheoli mewn pleidiau gwleidyddol y cynulliad a sefydliadau addysg uwch, neu gan aelodau unigol trwy eu cysylltiadau hunain. Mae cyflwyno interniad i waith y gwleidyddion a'r grwpiau gwleidyddol yn rhan bwysig o wneud y corff yma'n hygyrch ac o enyn diddordeb pobl yn y gwaith yr ydym yn ei wneud yma. Byddai angen rhoi rhagor ystyriaeth i'r syniad o symud i gynllun gan y Llywydd i ddarparu lleoliadau a thal o gofio'r trefnadau cymorth ariannol ar gyfer staff aelodau'r cynulliad.
I thank the presiding officer. I thank you, Ellen, for that response there. I'm glad to see you haven't shut the door on the idea. I think it is worth exploring. This year, the Speaker of the House of Commons has introduced this scheme, and it's an attempt to actually overcome the social mobility problems with internships and placements. Far too often, as we know, placements tend to be within the favour of those families who can afford to support young people going off for longer placements and internships, or it's in the gift of those who have the connections. And I think it would be admirable if a progressive institution such as our own could actually lead the way, not simply follow what Parliament is doing, but look at the opportunities of supported scholarships for short periods of 3 months, for example, for Welsh students to be here to learn about the democratic and political engagement within this institution, and particularly those who would not normally have that opportunity, either because of issues of lack of support and lack of finances, or alternatively because they come from educational paths where traditionally they may lack confidence at that post-16 level to take it through. So I welcome the fact that it's not a complete shut door on this, and I'd be more than happy to assist in any way with exploring this further, because I think for us to show the lead in a progressive way that will tackle social mobility builds on the reputation of this young institution to do the right thing and to lead by example.
Well, my door is certainly not closed on this issue, and I have looked with interest since you first corresponded with me on the Speakers scheme in the House of Commons in partnership with the Creative Society. And I agree with your analysis that interns that we have had in this place and in other places have come from usual suspects or usual places, especially those who are politics students in our universities, for example. And whilst that is, of course, valuable and worthwhile for all who have involved themselves in that work, then we do need to ensure that we are opening up our politics, our political groups and our work as a commission to others who may not necessarily be able to avail themselves directly or immediately with the opportunities of internship. There are issues that we would need to look at carefully on these matters. Issues of finance, of course, come first to mind, and I do know that the Remuneration Board is about to embark on a review of staffing support for members, and this may well be an issue that members may be interested in making representation to the Remuneration Board, but I would certainly want to work with members here to see what opportunities are available to us, what partners are out there who might want to work with us in establishing an internship programme of this kind, so that every young person in Wales and outside of Wales who think that they may have an interest in involving themselves and working within this establishment feels that there is a way that they could reach that aspiration.
Hannah Blyden.
Diolch. I'd just like to add my support to Hugh Ranker-Davies's proposal, and I welcome your commitment across the board, Presiding Officer, to opening up politics in this institution. I think one of my own priorities, and I pledged prior to elected, was about making our politics and our politicians much more accessible. Not just myself, but actually how we open up opportunities to get involved and understand. I think she made some valid points about actually making it accessible to everybody, not just people with the means and with the contacts to do so. I think it's right and perfect that we're trying to find a way so at least we are able to pay interns, and if possible, it should be a living wage. And I think one of the things we touched on is that currently is the inflexibility perhaps of our staffing budgets that don't allow perhaps members to be able to do that should they wish to. And like I said, I think it's something that we need to actually get the Remuneration Board to consider. And I think one thing I'd like to ask, building on what my colleague Hugh Ranker-Davies said about the possibility of shorter-term scholarships, perhaps I've seen other policies elsewhere looking at the idea of trying to do apprenticeships or something similar to that, work-based learning, so at a younger age allowing people to come in and link in with FE colleges and other work or training institutions to see if we can do that. So I'd ask that perhaps be given further consideration.
Thank you for those additional thoughts on how a system of this nature could be developed. We all, as individual Assembly members here, I'm sure, open up our doors in our constituency and provide valuable job experience opportunities for young people, especially from in our constituencies. And I think maybe that the fact that the Remuneration Board is about to embark on this review of staffing support enables members here and us as a Commission to look at ways in which we could seek to make our funding structures, our staff support structures, flexible enough to allow a more innovative way to attract, to provide more flexibility for members to look at how they can attract people from newer places to access work opportunities in this place.
Diolch yn fawr. Rydyn ni troi nawr at cwestiynau amserol. Mae cwestiwn 1 wedi tynwyd yn ôl, felly cwestiwn 2, Stephen Lewis.
What assessment has the First Minister made of the UK Government's policy paper safeguarding the position of EU citizens in the UK and UK nationals in the EU, published last week?
Diolch yn fawr, Cyflawni dros dro. EU citizens make a hugely positive contribution to daily life here in Wales. The UK Government's proposals are a belated step forward, but still do not provide full clarity for those citizens who are affected, and still at worst appear to treat people as bargaining chips, which is absolutely unacceptable to us. Full clarity and certainty needs to be given to all those affected, and that needs to be provided without further delay.
I'm grateful for that answer, and whilst it's always a pleasure to see the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, I've tabled this question for the First Minister because he's insisted repeatedly that he is the Cabinet Secretary responsible for external affairs, and perhaps his inability to be here today reflects the need for Welsh Government to look again at the need for an external affairs Cabinet Secretary for Wales during these very important couple of years that are upon us. Last week, the paper, as the Cabinet Secretary has said, fell far short of the expectations that were set by the UK Government originally. They insisted that they would look at an arrangement that would be reciprocal, and when we contrast the UK Government's paper to that of the European Union, it's fair to say that that has not been achieved. And, of course, that has had a huge effect on the 80,000 EU nationals in Wales and the 3 million EU nationals across the UK. The proposals include conferring settled status, which would not be automatically conferred on EU nationals, even those who achieve permanent residence. EU students would be allowed to remain for the duration of their course, but there's ambiguity around whether they would be allowed to remain after the course has completed. And one area of great concern is the ambiguity around the cut-off date, because there is a prospect for EU nationals, in particular those with children, that the parents would have a different status, immigration status, to their children. And actually, from my reading of the UK government's position paper, it appears to me that EU nationals will be stripped of family reunification rights, which the EU was not proposing in its position paper to be the case for UK nationals on the continent. And on that issue of UK nationals on the continent, perversely, the UK paper says less about the rights of UK nationals on the continent than the European Union paper does on British nationals on the continent. So you mentioned bargaining chips. I think it's very sad to see that it looks like, in the position paper published, that EU nationals are being used as a bargaining chip. I'd like to ask the Cabinet Secretary, did the Welsh Government submit its own position paper as part of the UK Government's process of drawing up its own? If not, does he believe that it's worthwhile the Welsh Government publishing a position paper now to bring political pressure to bear on the UK Government so that we can uphold the rights of the 80,000 EU nationals in this country? And is it the Welsh Government's position that the current EU frameworks relating to citizens' rights should be transposed into UK law under the provisions of the repeal bill, rather than through the method being proposed by the UK Government, which is to start from scratch with UK law, which, as I've mentioned, strips EU citizens of the rights that they enjoy? And finally, we were all told that this was meant to be the easiest part of the European-UK negotiations. That's what the UK Government told us repeatedly. And the fact that we cannot come to a position of reciprocal arrangements on this fundamental issue of the rights of citizens who have contributed to our country, what does this tell us about the next 2 years when we get to issues that were deemed to be even more difficult than this one?
Well, just let me begin by just saying something on the points that Stephen Lewis started with, because what seemed to me to be a basic mistake in the way that the UK Government went about this part of the negotiations was, instead of describing their paper as a starting point, something for further discussion, a way into some quite complex areas, they insisted on describing it from the beginning as some incredibly generous offer that people were bound to flock to want to sign up to, and inevitably ended, as Stephen Lewis said, in just disappointing people, having had their expectations raised. It's an utterly curious start for the UK Government not to refer even to the EU paper that had been published in advance of theirs in the document that they published, again offending people with whom you need to be able to come to a sensible agreement. So my reading of the paper is that it was a sensible enough start, and had it been pitched in that way and described in that way, I think it would have been easier to get engagement around it. It leaves, as Stephen Lewis said, a series of ambiguities about the status of EU citizens. Will they be able to support dependent parents? What rules will future spouses apply under, for example? And the issue of the cut-off date is fundamental here. And I really do think those UK politicians that I hear arguing that a cut-off date in the future would result in a mass influx of people to the United Kingdom trying to establish settled status is so far from the contemporary realities of migration, where what we have seen is actually a collapse in the number of people coming to the United Kingdom. So when I spoke to the CBI last week, what their members wanted to say to me was how difficult they are now finding it to recruit people that they need to work in their businesses. So the dangers of a cut-off date are much exaggerated at the UK level, and that ought to be resolved too. Did we publish a position paper? Well, as the member knows, we didn't, but I can tell him that that did not mean for a moment that we were unable to unambiguously put our point of view to the UK government on this matter. We are told by the UK government that this will not be part of the repeal bill mechanism, but will be part of a separate bill, and there will be things that we will want to say and want to say publicly in advance of any such bill being published. Stefan Lewis's final point is in some ways the most depressing, isn't it? If this was the easiest part, if this was an issue on which everybody agreed we needed to get rapid agreement, then the failure to be able to make rapid progress in the way that we feel was eminently possible is a pretty bleak signal of the difficulties that lie ahead when far more tricky territory has to be negotiated.
Eluned Morgan.
Well, following on from Stefan's point on EU nationals working in the United Kingdom, today marks the 69th anniversary of the establishment of the NHS. And I think there's evidence to suggest that there are fewer people now registering to work in the NHS from the EU as a direct consequence of that Brexit vote. And today I've relaunched the Diolch Doc campaign, encouraging people in Wales to thank the people from overseas who work and help us in our NHS. But that's not the question I wanted to ask. The question I wanted to ask was, does the Finance Minister agree that the Act which triggered the Brexit process could have a technical flaw in it? In that whilst the Act does authorise the Prime Minister to notify the EU that we intend to leave, it does not, as it's written, indicate that we should leave. Now, I understand that coming from an EU enthusiast like me, that's going to sound like a ruse to stop us from leaving the EU, but it's not. It's a genuine question of whether the Act, as it is drafted, could be challenged in court. And would the Finance Secretary be prepared to look into this and to seek clarifications from government legal experts?
Well, thank you, Lynn Morgan, for both parts of what she said. She's absolutely right about the NHS. The NHS in Wales would not survive without the good fortune that people in Wales have, that we are able to attract people from other parts of the world who are willing to commit their futures to be part of our future, and it's absolutely right that we should recognise that and be prepared to say that directly to people who live and work in our communities. I am aware of the point that she makes about the potential technical flaw in relation to Article 50 legislation. I know that there are a group of lawyers. There is one in my own constituency who has argued very much that there is a technical problem with the Act of Parliament as passed at the UK, and I know that they've taken this view to the Commission, and I know that it is shared by some very senior previous law lords, for example. The Counsel General is in the Chamber and will have heard that point, and we'll make sure that we get a view from Welsh Government lawyers. When I've looked at this, and I've had people come to see me, I often end up saying to them, I wonder whether they are mistaking the law for the politics of this matter, and whether, even if there is a technical flaw in the way that the Act may have been put together, whether the political majority that was in favour of the purpose of that Act will not, in the end, be held to be more significant.
Mark Isherwood.
Well, the UK government states that securing a deal on the rights of EU citizens in the UK and UK citizens in the EU has always been a priority. But, of course, prior to the beginning of formal negotiations, both the Commission and by acknowledgement the UK government had said that offers and counter-offers and discussion on deals couldn't begin until those negotiations formally started. So the UK has made an offer. We're giving 3 million EU citizens the certainty they seek about the future of their lives, which would give access to UK benefits on the same basis as UK nationals. But they also say reciprocal agreement would provide the certainty, same certainty for more than 1 million UK citizens living in the EU. And it's the UK government that states this proposal means formal negotiations on the UK's exit from the EU can get off to what they hope will be a productive start. So it is part of a process, and they've made that absolutely clear. But in its response, the EU chief negotiator recommended that the European Court of Justice should continue to be the body that upholds EU citizens' rights in the UK. I understand that other options have been preliminarily discussed, whether a new body might be established, given the outcome of the referendum last year, which applied in part to repatriation of lawmaking powers. So given that the next round of negotiations between the UK and EU are set to take place on the 17th of July, what representations has the Welsh Government made to the UK Government on this specific matter?
Well, as Stephen Lewis said, if this has always been a priority for the UK Government, then the failure to make adequate progress on something that has always been a priority is a pretty bleak sign for other more difficult aspects of the negotiation. And the Prime Minister's obsession with the ECJ is becoming a real barrier to making sensible decisions in these negotiations. Mark Isherwood is, I think, right to say that there are some intermediate solutions to this matter, but the quicker the UK Government recognises that and is realistic about it, the faster we will reach a resolution. There's absolutely no doubt that in any trade deals that the UK makes, there will be an independent arbiter of those trade deals that does not reside entirely within the UK's own domestic court system. And that ought to be a solution that they can devise in relation to citizenship rights as well. As far as the next round is concerned, I wrote jointly with Mike Russell, the Scottish Brexit Minister, for the second time to the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union recently, proposing that the JMC mechanism should have a regular part in the monthly cycle of negotiations that the UK Government has now embarked upon, because that would give devolved administrations a guaranteed opportunity to come round the table with the UK Government, wanting to do it constructively, wanting to be helpful in the way that we can contribute to the negotiating position that the UK will take, but without such a mechanism that is routine and guaranteed, we are left with a set of bilateral phone calls, meetings, letters and so on, which I think is a very unsatisfactory way of conducting inter-UK arrangements between the devolved administrations and the UK Government.
Diolch. Ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Cwestiwn 3, Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr. Diolch Prwy Llywydd. A wnaeth ysgrifennydd y Cabinet ddatganiad am gefnogaeth ar gyfer y Cymro o ystyried yr ansicrwydd presennol am ei ddyfodol tymor hir.
Thank you. Cymru is funded through the Welsh Books Council, and I'd strongly advise any interested parties to discuss any future support with the Welsh Books Council. The Welsh Government does not get involved in the Welsh Books Council's funding decisions.
Diolch yn fawr am yr ateb yna, ysgrifennydd y Cabinet. Wedi'r cwbl, mae'n hynod o drist bod y Cymro, sef yr unig bapur newydd cenedlaethol yn y Gymraeg, yn gwynebu dyfodol mor ansicr ac wedi gorfod dod i derfyn, gobeithio dros dro, dydd Iau diwetha. Mae'n galonogol fod yna grŵp o bobl cyfeillion y Cymro yn dangos diddordeb i'w brynu, ond wrth gwrs nid oes sicrwydd y bydd y papur yn parhau. Bydda colli'r papur newydd am byth yn golled enfawr, yn enwedig wrth feddwl am y rôl bwysig y mae'r papur wedi gyflawni dros y blynyddoedd. Mae'r Cymro wedi bod yn ganolog wrth adlewyrchu ac adrodd ein hanes a datblygu ein diwylliant a'n hiaith am lawer o flynyddoedd. Nawr, yn naturiol, dwi'n ymwybodol bod pethau newid ym myd papurau newydd. Mae papurau newydd yn lleihau ac yn edwyno. Mae'r byd yn mynd yn ddigidol ac yn aml blatfform. Ond mae diogelu newyddiaduraeth drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg yn dal yn allweddol bwysig. Wedi'r cwbl, mae'r Llywodraeth yn ariannu papurau bro. Mae'n papurau bro ni yn derbyn arian gyhoeddus ac yn ffyniannus tu hwnt. Mae hynna'n stori o lwyddiant. Felly, yn ychwanegol i beth ydych chi wedi awgrymu efo'r Cyngor y Llyfrau, ydy'n bosib i fi ofyn i'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet os yw'n fodlon mynd i'r afael ar mater yma yn bersonol ac o bosib cyfarfod efo'r bobl sydd yn chwilio am ffordd i gadw'r Cymro i fynd yn y tymor hir. Diolch yn fawr.
Can I thank Aelod again for bringing this issue to the Chamber's attention? I am most sympathetic to the current uncertainty regarding a Cymro. I actually started my journalistic career working alongside journalists on a Cymro back in the days when it was owned by North Wales newspapers and based out of their headquarters in Mold. It has, and has had for many years, incredible, committed, talented staff. And it would be tragic if the publication were to be lost forever. It's gone through a number of owners over many years, and it started out as a slightly different publication in the 19th century. So it has incredible heritage. My understanding is that a Cymro's grant from the Welsh Books Council stood at approximately £18,000 for a number of years, and in fact, a Cymro did not request an increase in the grant it was receiving from the Welsh Books Council. I understand that there has been interest from some groups, but there is no confirmation yet that it has been sold. Discussions have taken place between Cyfan Cymru and Tyndall, and we understand that they will be meeting with the Welsh Books Council before the end of this week. I would urge any prospective purchaser and owner to engage fully with the Welsh Books Council with a view of securing a level of grant that would enable the publication to continue if it is possible to save the publication in its current form. I would also offer any potential purchaser and any potential future managers of the publication to seek at the earliest opportunity support from Business Wales. And that support can come in the form of advice, and it may come in the form of further signposting towards financial support. As I say, I think it would be a sad day for a Cymro to be lost forever, and certainly I'll be keen to follow the progress that potential interested parties make in the coming weeks.
Diolch. Item 4 yw'r datganiad 90 eiliad. Jean Bryant.
80 years ago, 4,000 children were evacuated from Bilbao to the UK following the bombing in Guernica during the Spanish Civil War. Homes known as colonies were set up for refugees, including 4 in Wales, one of which was in Cambria House in Cynulliad, where 56 children arrived on the 10th of July 1937. It turned out to be one of the most successful in the UK. It was a time of high unemployment and poverty, but the people of Cynulliad welcomed the children with open arms. Everyone was involved in fundraising, from the South Wales Miners Federation, local volunteers to the children themselves. They formed a formidable Basque football team, produced their own bilingual newspaper, and helped raise money through traditional Basque dances and songs. Children were encouraged by the warden of the house, Mrs. Maria Fernandez, to play, learn and socialise with others in the village. Mrs. Fernandez was loved and respected by all, and she kept in touch with almost all of the children until she died in 2001, aged 97. Local councillor Gail Giles recently stated, "It was a wonderful example of the exceptional courage, struggle and determination in Wales to help the innocent victims of war and the kindness to those in need." A day of celebration is taking place on Monday at Cynulliad Arts Festival. We must never forget our proud history of solidarity and generosity to young refugees fleeing violence 80 years ago.
Yr item nesaf yw cynnig i ethol aelodau i bwyllgorau. Os nad oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad, yn unol yr rheolau sefydlog 12.24 ac 12.40, rwy'n cynnig bod y cynigion i ethol aelodau i pwyllgorau yn cael ei grwpio i'w trafod a'i pleidleisio. Galwaf yr aelod o Pwyllgor Busnes i wneud y cynigion, Paul Davies. Yn ffurfiol. Diolch. Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylai derbyn y cynigion. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Felly, derbynir y cynigion yn unol ar reol sefydlog 12.36. Eitem nesaf yw dadl ar gynnig deddfwriaethol gan aelod Bethan Jenkins. Galwaf ar Bethan Jenkins i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch. Being a carer is never easy. It's full of ups and downs. One day life seems perfect and another it's falling apart. Caring makes us too empathetic, so we feel everyone's pain, but we feel as though nobody understands our pain. Caring makes us feel lost and alone at times. I want to help all young carers, including myself, realise that they're not alone, and that although it causes heartache, being young carers can make us stronger, smarter and braver than most kids our age. And that's from Adele Caitlin, who is aged 16 and is a young carer. I should start by welcoming the young carers and young adult carers and the YMCA project coordinators who have come to Cardiff from Swansea and Cardiff here today. This debate means a lot to them because this isn't just politics to young carers. The discussions we have here today are about their everyday lives and their experiences. I decided to bring forward this motion after attending a young carers event at the Senedd a few weeks ago, organised by the YMCA to highlight their excellent project, Time for Me, which organises support services for young carers and offers respite and advice. I heard in this event how young carers are proud of the care they give and their responsibilities. They want to be able to help their families, but it is difficult. Of course, but what I've heard from so many young carers is that they wouldn't give up their responsibilities. But what they need is more support, more recognition of their role and more flexibility from school, health professional and others when it comes to juggling what they do at home with the rest of their lives. I recognise that there are requirements under the Social Services and Wellbeing Wales Act to provide more support with statutory responsibilities placed on local authorities. But what I hear from young carers and organisations working with them is that the current policy framework and funding arrangements aren't enough. There are 11,000 young carers in Wales, and it's very plausible that this is an underestimation because so many young carers do not seek or help get support from schools, local authorities and health professionals. They don't recognise them, and many young carers, for many reasons, do not come forward and seek the support that they actually need. A major barrier is often due to lack of understanding. We hear that many teachers and health professionals simply do not possess the relevant training, guidance or experience necessary to identify young carers and their specific needs, or feel conflicted as to how to respond. Too many do not ask the relevant questions when dealing with a situation where a young carer is accompanying a parent or sibling to the doctor, for example, or a teacher does not have the level of guidance necessary. I've heard examples of young carers, the primary caregiver to a parent with a limited physical or mental health condition, or sometimes a substance misuse issue, being asked to leave a room by a doctor or other health professional when that young carer actually needs to have their voice heard, and the health professional needs to hear from that young carer about the specific issues at home. I've talked with young people who have come forward to their schools with requests for flexibility in terms of timekeeping and attendance due to conflicting duties at home, only to be made to feel that their requests were not being taken seriously and that parents were requested to corroborate what a young carer had said to them. There is a certain stigma of being a young carer as well, and many young carers we know are bullied. One survey pointed to 68% having been bullied at some point in their lives. Often young carers not really seeing themselves as a carer, but rather someone who may just help out at home more than other children, amongst other varied reasons, is often a barrier to them requesting that support. That's why I think it's crucial that we up our efforts to ensure professionals on the front line are able to help and identify young carers. The Carers Trust Wales, with the Children's Society, for example, have developed the Teachers Toolkit and operates the Young Carers in School pilot programme. There has been good, tangible results from this, but clearly much more work needs to be done, and we need to have a strategy in place to make sure guidance and training is spread out in a timely manner. This brings me to my next point, and that is the variation of provision across Wales. At best, the levels of support available could be described as patchy. One local authority appeared to exclude one carer from applying for a carer needs assessment, but some other local authorities are much better at tackling the problems that young carers face. There are other barriers, of course, faced by young carers, not least practical issues, such as the collection of prescriptions. At the moment, it's down to the discretion of a pharmacist whether or not medicines are handed to a minor. Let me be clear, it would of course be ideal if no young carer needed to go to a pharmacy and collect medicines, some of which may be treatments for substance abuse, addiction or heavy painkillers, or to deal with chronic conditions. But sometimes they will need to, and we need to put measures in place so that they can access those treatments in a timely fashion, and so that young people don't feel disrespected. I understand that feasibility studies are underway for a young carers card, which could help with this, and it could identify young carers, although I know, having spoken to some young carers, that they may feel that there's stigma associated with this card as well. I would urge them not to think in this way, and to think of this as a way of helping people to understand them and to identify them, and to be able to move forward, perhaps even have it as a discount card on shops and stuff, so that we can get the private sector involved in future. I'd like to finish my closing remarks, as time is tight, in sharing the story of Anna. And Anna is 11 years old and lives with her mum and 2 brothers, one older and one younger. Both mum and dad have a history of drug and alcohol abuse, and mum has been diagnosed with a mental health complaint, which at times manifests itself with severe mood swings and depression, which culminates in her being unable to parent for either Anna or her younger sibling. She is a regular user of prescribed, unprescribed and illegal drugs, and the mother. And Anna's older brother has a long history of criminal behaviour and has served custodial sentences, and is not interested in helping the family. With regards to Anna's story, she has been able to engage with the YMCA in Cardiff. She was at first reluctant and she found it difficult to communicate, but now she participates in a project alongside her mother, and she has found that some of the burdens have been lessened on her, and that her mother now can take some of those caring responsibilities back from her. This is the kind of person that we need to be helping, and this is the kind of person that we need to be ensuring is not suffering in silence. I think it's important that we do have this bill for young carers so that we can support them, and I take this debate in a most positive manner to hope that the Welsh Government can hear the concerns of Welsh carers, and that we can become part of the debate, and that young carers here today can continue to be part of the debate in progressing what they need in their daily lives. I think it's important for Assembly members to listen, but also to act on what their demands are.
David Melding.
Thank you, Chair. Can I warmly welcome this proposal and commend Bethan for bringing it forward and speaking so eloquently and with great passion in this cause. I do think schools are key to supporting young carers and ensuring that their caring roles do not reduce their life chances through poor educational attainment. Often they will need a lot of flexibility, they will lack a certain structure, they will need encouragement and further help in meeting the various educational milestones set to them. And I would like to commend the whole range of organisations that take an interest in young carers' work. I think the whole carer sector does have this great sort of ability to science, and Bethan referred many professionals will be in contact with young carers without knowing it. And it's important that we get this sort of general knowledge across there. But in schools, I think very specific guidance is appropriate. Schools are it's an excellent network into which we can provide this guidance. I don't see why all the secondary schools in Wales ought to have a member of their senior management team has express responsibility for ensuring they have a good young carers policy. And the governing body should know about that, and then we should know what sort of action is taken to support and encourage young carers, and then when necessary, if their education falls behind during a time of crisis, whatever, that there are plans in place to rectify that situation. So I think that is very, very important. I also think other very specific ideas, like an ID card, could be the way forward. Now, there are, and Bethan did hint at this, there are sensitivities here, not always welcome, because it can be seen as a badge you don't particularly want. But I think we should see it as a way to access certain services and to ensure that professionals realise that, this is the accreditation. You don't have to then check with the parent or guardian or whatever. Or it could be used at the pharmacy, for instance, so that prescription drugs could then be collected. So I think the ID card needs very careful examination. Now, we've been here before, and I hope the Minister will be able to reply to this specific that I have. The previous initiative more or less decided that it should just go ahead on an local authority basis. And whilst I can understand why you pilot that, I don't think there's been any consistency. I think a lot of local authorities just don't know it's out there. I've seen no evidence of any best practice being disseminated. So I think perhaps a national approach is now appropriate. And finally, I just echo the need for good respite care for the person cared for, but also for the young carer, so that they have as fulfilled a life and proper healthy development opportunities, whilst they also meet the caring responsibilities, which most of them, if properly supported, happily embraced.
I'll be as generous with other speakers as I've been with David Melding. Caroline Jones.
Llywydd. I'd like to congratulate Bethan on being selected to take forward a proposal for legislation and to offer my support to her proposals. In Wales, thousands of young people under the age of 16 are caring for relatives with little or no support from their school or from health authorities. Bethan's legislation recognises the impact that caring responsibilities can have on a young carer's education, and I wholeheartedly support her efforts to ensure education services are flexible enough to maximise the education opportunities of young carers while supporting their caring responsibilities. Research by the Carers Trust shows us that young carers miss, on average, a quarter of the school year. It is therefore no wonder that young carers have significantly lower attainment rates at GCSE. By encouraging schools and education authorities to recognise the time pressure faced by young carers, we can ensure that they are given the necessary educational support and allowed to fulfil their potential to its maximum. The Young Carers Trust Young Adult Carers Council found that a lack of support at school impacted the mental health of the young carer. These amazing young people give up so much to care for a loved one, and the very least we can do is to ensure they don't face additional barriers. I will be supporting this legislation, and I urge members to add their support to this important piece of legislation. 3 in 5 of us will become carers at some point in our lives, and unpaid carers save the NHS billions of pounds each year. Let's do all we can to make it easier for carers, in this case young carers, to carry on doing what they do. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch. Michelle Brown.
Thank you.
Cadeirio'r, yeah, Chair, it's fine.
I support this motion as well. Children and young people who want to help a parent shouldn't be denied the right to do so if they freely choose, and they should receive support in that. But I think the question we all need to ask ourselves is, how do we ensure that children and young people do not feel excluded from their parents' life, whilst at the same time preserving the childhood and teenage years that we'd all want them to have? Since 2006, the number of young carers in Wales has nearly doubled. Children and young people who are also carers are much more likely to miss school frequently, as been commented just now. And according to Bernardo's, they're afraid to ask for help for fear of letting the family down or being taken into care. So I do support your proposals on this. But what concerns me is that if a child knows that if they don't help, no one else will, they'll of course provide the help that's needed. So what you end up with is children sacrificing their childhood to make good the gaps in care provided to the people they look after. Clearly, we have to do everything we can to help these young carers. And essentially, basically, that means doing everything we can to provide the full care that their loved one needs. The idea of a prescription card is only a useful one because the family have not been provided the correct level of clinical support that sees the adult having the medication delivered. In effect, it's falling to children and young people to solve a problem that's been caused by the government. Besides burdening the young carer with yet another task, it's reinforcing to the child that they're not really a child anymore. They're part child and part carer. I'm sure that some young carers have said that such a card would be useful, but that's only because they've been faced with problems getting their loved one's medication. The question should not be whether children or young people should have a prescription card. It should be how to ensure that the adult receives their medication instead of a child or young person feeling that it lies upon them to collect it. There's a temptation for young people to welcome additional responsibility. It's part of life that young people want to be older while older people want to be younger. But it's our role to protect young people from decisions that may not be in their own best interests. If we have rules about the age of someone able to collect medication, it's for good reason. The risk of harm isn't reduced simply because we want it to be. The thing I really don't like about your motion, Bethan, is that I don't like the wording in point 2A that refers to young people's care responsibilities. They don't have the responsibility for care. We do, and the state does. The existence of one young carer signals a failure. However, the young carer, whatever the young carer does day to day for their loved one should remain a choice and never be normalised as a responsibility. I'm also concerned by the perception that guidance is required when it comes to schools. Surely schools are already providing guidance. Young carers are not a new phenomenon. If schools are not providing the support, could it be that they don't have the resources to properly flag up and support those who need help? If that's the case, then guidance is not going to make any difference. This government is the overseer of schools, local authorities and the NHS, and if there are failures, they are on their head. So I'll support the motion, but I would like to see a commitment from Welsh Government to at least look at ways of reducing the tasks and care that young carers have to undertake, not just at ways of making it easier for them to provide that care. Thank you.
Diolch. Galwaf ar weinidog iechyd y cyhoedd a gwasanaeth cymdeithasol, Rebecca Evans.
Thank you, and I'm really glad to have this opportunity today to reaffirm the Welsh Government's commitment to improving life for our young carers. We've long sought to improve the lives of carers in Wales using the policy, legislative and funding levers at our disposal. Back in 2000, we published our first National Carers Strategy, and the Carers Strategy Wales measure followed in 2010, further improving support for carers locally. 15 months ago, we commenced the implementation of our groundbreaking Social Services and Wellbeing Act, bringing with it new and enhanced rights for all carers. So for the first time, carers have an equal right to assessment and support as those they care for. They no longer need to demonstrate that they provide significant care in order to have their needs assessed and receive the support available to them. And the Act places a statutory duty on local authorities to proactively inform carers of their right to be assessed. And importantly, on completion of that assessment, the local authority must then put in place arrangements to meet the needs identified and put a statutory care plan in place, so legislation working for carers in a way it never has before. To support the delivery of the enhanced carers' rights under the Act, the Welsh Government has allocated £1 million of funding this year to health, local authorities and the third sector to work in partnership. And a targeted portion of this funding is ring-fenced specifically to support young carers. And this year, I've brought carers into the remit of our £60 million integrated care fund, further prioritising this group of exceptional people. I know that the Cabinet Secretary for Education, like all members of this government, is committed to supporting all children and young people, including young carers, to achieve their potential regardless of their background or their personal circumstances. But there is no doubt that young carers face practical difficulties in their education and, because of their personal circumstances, can experience wellbeing issues that do need to be identified and addressed, both within and outside the school environment. Schools are best placed to understand the needs of their learners and to support those needs, and that's why I'm really pleased to inform members that the Welsh Government's been working with the Carers Trust Wales on the development of a step-by-step guide for schools on young carers. And this new guidance, published just a few weeks ago, helps to identify and support carers in educational settings as early as possible, and I know that education colleagues have promoted this excellent guidance to every school in Wales, and I'd be happy to share it with colleagues. And additionally, I approved further funding this year to the Carers Trust Wales to support research into the level of support available to enhance young carers' well-being in the community. Carers Trust Wales will provide me with recommendations as to how to further support the well-being of young carers, and I look forward to receiving it and considering how best to respond. I plan to drive further support for young carers through our new Carers Strategic Action Plan, and my approach to develop the plan is in partnership, listening to what carers, including young carers, tell me that they need. Many excellent organisations have been mentioned during the debate today, and I want to hear from them and from the young carers who have joined us at the debate today. I've already met with an inspirational group of young carers to hear about their lives, their problems and their aspirations, and a number of them did feel that young carers' ID cards would help. I've publicly committed to exploring the provision of IT cards for young carers and have funded Carers Trust Wales to develop a national framework to support the implementation of young carer ID cards. This framework will provide the basis for the expansion of young carers' ID cards across Wales. And just to be clear, in answer to David Meldon's question, I'm looking at it at a national level as opposed to leaving it to local authorities, because having done that up to this point, it hasn't given the kind of results that we'd have liked to have seen. The Carers Trust, working with Community Pharmacy Wales, has produced a Carers Guide to Managing Medicines for Adults and Young Carers. The Carers Trust is also working with the School of Pharmacy and Pharmaceutical Sciences at Cardiff University to help facilitate pharmacy student placements in order to raise their awareness of carers. To be clear, young carers can already pick up prescriptions for the people they care for, but I do agree that we must raise awareness of this, both amongst carers themselves and amongst the pharmaceutical professionals, which is why our new guide is so important. Our carers provide selfless care for their family and loved ones day in, day out, and I do recognise the stress that this can cause. Respite provision is important for all carers, but young carers must also be able to access these services. Carers Trust Wales is due to provide me with recommendations with regards to expanding our short break and replacement care provision in Wales. This will include the development of a national approach to respite care, delivering on an important manifesto commitment. And this doesn't come without financial support. In May, I announced an additional £3 million of recurrent funding to ensure that local authorities are better able to provide respite for carers in Wales, and this will include and benefit young carers. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with members that I've also committed to the establishment of a ministerial advisory group for carers, and this will ensure equal recognition of carers in line with that of older people and people with learning disabilities. I expect that group to play a key role in monitoring the progress on our delivery for carers. In recognition of the particular challenges facing young carers and because of the unique perspective that they will bring, I will also be inviting young carers to be represented as members on this group. So I hope this reassures members about the priority that the Welsh Government puts on understanding and meeting the needs of young carers in Wales. I hope it demonstrates that there is exciting work going on multiple fronts through legislation, policy and funding decisions, addressing, but not limited to, issues including education, identification and respite. I'll finish by saying I would be very keen to meet with Bethan Jenkins or any Assembly member who'd like to help shape the next steps for young carers, particularly at this moment through the new and important work on our carer strategy for Wales. And please be assured that I'll be considering all of the important points raised during this debate as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Diolch. Galwaf ar Bethan Jenkins I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Thank you for everybody who took part in the debate, and thank you to the Cabinet Secretary for saying that you would be willing to meet. I think it's important that we try and get this right for the carers. They are the most important people in all of this. I would say that the reason why I did bring this was because I feel that there is still a lot that can be done, and without wanting to judge, I think if there was perfection in the system, there wouldn't be a need for debate here. So I hope that you've heard some of the concerns that I and others have raised, raised so that we can progress positively. Unfortunately, Caroline, this isn't legislation, it's a legislative debate. I would like for it to have been legislation, but perhaps in a future ballot I will be successful. But I'm glad that you're supportive.
But I'm supporting you.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's important as well that we don't want, as Michelle Brown said, we don't want to put all the onus on carers that they feel pressured and burdened, but we also have to have a balance between what the state provides and what they feel comfortable providing. We want young people to be young people. That's what they want to do as well. But we have to recognise that people's lives are complex and they will need to care for those around them. And so I hope that this is part of a progress of debate, that I welcome that young carers will be part of the new group that you've announced, and that they can be fully involved in that process. I will say, though, that some people under 16 can't pick up prescriptions. Over 16 they can. So that's why I've said, I've asked Community Pharmacy Cymru if I can have a meeting with them, because young people said to me on that Saturday that I took part in the event that they feel disrespected. They go in to get that drug for a loved one in a very urgent situation. So they need to be respected in that regard. And yes, they're children, but they have to act in an adult role in that capacity. And so we just have to afford them the same respect as if we were going in to get that prescription, and the respect that they deserve as young carers. And I hope this just kick-start the debate, and thank you to everyone who has contributed.
Diolch yn fawr. Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid nodi'r cynnig. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Byhiriaf y bleidlais ar yr eitem hon tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Eitem nesaf yw dadlau Cydwadwyr Cymraeg, prosiectau adfywio, a galwaf a Russell George i wneud y cynnig.
Thank you, Acting Presiding Officer. The aim of today's debate is to recognise the importance of regeneration schemes in enhancing the future prosperity of communities in Wales. And we also want to draw out of the government how it proposes to increase investor confidence for regeneration projects. I know that my colleagues hope to be called in regards to regeneration schemes in North and South Wales, and I hope to have time in my contribution to deal with some aspects of regeneration in Mid Wales. So I move the motion today in the name of Paul Davis. We'll certainly be supporting Plaid Cymru's amendments, as Andrew R.T. Davis also called for, of course, a public inquiry into the Circuit of Wales last week. I am disappointed that the government is doing one of its delete alls to our motion. I'd say, why not add to our motion rather than delete all? The first part of our motion says this: recognise the importance of regeneration schemes in enhancing the future prosperity of communities in Wales. How can you object to that? So I would say I hope the government will change its position when it's a delete all tactics. And it's a shame, because there's much in the government's amendments that I can agree with. But of course, it doesn't, of course, address as well the aspects of the handling of the Circuit for Wales that we would have wanted to see. Acting Presiding Officer, the confidence of both the public and major businesses to invest in the regeneration of our communities across Wales, I think, has been seriously dented by the Welsh Government's handling of Circuit of Wales. Millions of taxpayers' money has been spent. There have been allegations of misspending of public funds, and this is the latest of a long line of Welsh Government failure to adhere to simple processes of due diligence, governance and accountability, leaving it wide open to significant financial and legal risk. Last week's Cabinet statement explains that following discussions with the ONS and HMN Treasury, it was assessed that there was a very significant risk that the full £373 million debt of the entire Circuit of Wales project would be classified against Welsh Government capital spending. So why wasn't this spotted by the Welsh Government officials at an earlier stage? And why weren't the concerns about the projected numbers of job creation overstated, communicated at an earlier stage? Both questions that are yet to be answered. So I would say that the government must take, I think, very significant responsibility in this regard. As the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, there is little evidence that the £100 million business park which has been announced to soften the blow of the Circuit of Wales disappointment will create the promised 1,500 jobs or regeneration of Blaen y Gwent, given that the Welsh Government's track record of creating new jobs in this part of Wales. This is the question. The confidence, what confidence, I think, should we have that the Welsh Government will prioritise effective risk management and accountancy best practice in the future after failure to do so with the Circuit of Wales? And this is what I'm concerned about as well, that this episode will have a major negative effect on the confidence that we could see on other projects across Wales as well. And we know that that TVR are refusing to confirm that their new car deal will build in Wales at all. So I do say that the government, how to send, I do say that to the government, you've got to send a positive message now that you are open for business to the rest of the world. What I would like to see is that the Welsh Government immediately offset these concerns by setting out clearly how it proposes to increase investor confidence for regeneration projects in the wake of last week's decision. And I would be keen also to ask the Cabinet Secretary to explain his logic in not providing or making public the Welsh Government's response to the UK's consultation to the industrial strategy. I know that the Cabinet Secretary has said in the Chamber that he would make that available to members, yet all we have as members is a covering letter to the Secretary of State, but not the detail of that industrial strategy. Can you tell us and explain why on earth you can't provide us with a copy of the Welsh Government's response to the UK Government's consultation to the industrial strategy? The Cardiff City and Swansea deals, I think, are crucial for regeneration and regions, and also, of course, the North Wales Economic Ambition Board as well. I know that my colleagues want to address some points in that regard, which leads me to explore a little bit about the missing middle. I pinched that from Adam Price, who mentioned that this morning in committee. The missing middle a little bit more. It's a shame Eleni Morgan's not here, because her work was launched last week in regards to rural Wales. It would be useful for Eleni Morgan to take part in this debate today. But I read her report with great interest. I appreciate she asked me for my feedback as well. I think there's plenty in there that's worthy for consideration. Also, perhaps timely as well, the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee is undertaking some work on city deals and the regional economies of Wales. We have evidence from Mid Wales Manufacturing Group and also Grow Mid Wales. In fact, they gave evidence to our committee this morning. And there's some recurring evidence through our committee sessions and recurring evidence to me as a rural Mid Wales Assembly member that's brought to my attention that exists about dealing with the challenges of Mid Wales. And one of those is, of course, the lack of land availability for business expansion. This is a common theme that comes to me on a great deal of the time. In fact, there's evidence to that. There's a waiting list of businesses that want to expand. Some of them have threatened to go across the border of disruption. Some of them have. We want to keep those businesses here in Mid Wales. So it's making the land available for business expansion. Of course, there's the urgent improvements that we need for broadband and mobile. That affects Mid Wales, particularly Paris and Ceredigion, more than any other part of Wales. And there are businesses that are not expanding, are not coming to Mid Wales as a result of not having sufficient broadband. I also think we've got to look at the unique challenges of Mid Wales as well. I think we've got to have particularly support for small businesses. We know that pro rata, there's a high percentage of small businesses in Mid Wales, and not so many large businesses, but there are those small businesses. And they've got their unique challenges as well. So we do need something that's packaged, I think, specifically for them. And we also need, one of the other unique challenges, I think, of Mid Wales is the fact that that we've got relatively low unemployment, which is, of course, to be welcomed. But what we do need is higher paid jobs. We need higher paid jobs for all the obvious reasons, but what I'd also say, we need higher paid jobs to deal with other issues that are affected in rural Wales, and that's, for example, recruiting GPs. You know, we've got GPs that have got partners, husbands or wives that are professionals as well, also want to come, would also have to have those higher paid jobs as well in order to attract them to our area. So we need higher paid jobs for many reasons outside of the obvious ones as well. And the other issue, of course, often occurring as well is upskilling people. We've got a real high percentage of people, of businesses that don't feel that they've got the right skills in the local community in order to grow their businesses. And there's also skill retention as well. We've got lots of young people moving out. But we don't want them to move out, we want them to stay in Mid-Wales. So it's having a strategy, I think, as well, to regenerate Mid-Wales in some of those points as well. So to finish, I would just like to say I do hope the Cabinet Secretary also today will tell us a little bit more about the long-awaited economic strategy, you know, when we're going to have that brought to us to scrutinise as Assembly members. I very much hope that I look forward to the debate that will take part this afternoon in the Chamber.
Rwyf wedi dethol y 3 gwelliant i'r cynnig a dwi'n galw ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr economi a'r seilwaith i gynnig yn ffurfiol gwelliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt.
Formally.
Galw fod Adam Price i gynnig gwelliannau 2 a 3 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Rhina Piarwerth.
Llywydd, once in every generation, a specific case comes to light, which points to a deeper and more difficult truth about a governing party, often particularly when that party has been in power for many years. I'm thinking of the Beef Tribunal, for example, in Fianna Fáil-led Ireland in the early 90s, the Scott inquiry, the Conservative government. Probably too many examples to mention about the Blair government, but you get the point. I think that the Circuit of Wales is a case in point. Something has gone desperately wrong here. We can't for certain say what that is yet, but we know that it is our responsibility to ask that question and get to the truth, and that is at the heart of Amendment 3. I'd just like to speak briefly, though, to begin with, to Amendment 2, which is far more straightforward, really, which is simply asking the government, given the fact that probably almost £10 million now have been expended by the government on this project, surely it would be worth our while, in respect to the taxpayer and the investment in this project, to try and get everyone around the table to see if some of the technical issues that the Cabinet Secretary referred to in his statement on the 27th of June could be solved. Now, he may say, well, look, we've got the technology park out of it. I have to say, though, I mean, you know, the idea that actually just building industrial estates is the answer to our economic problems, it beggars belief, because if that were true, we wouldn't have any economic problems in Wales. I mean, this is what, in economic development, it's called a field of dreams strategy, after the Kevin Costner film about an Iowa farmer trying to create building a baseball field in an Iowa cornfield. Build it and they will come. They don't. The whole point about clusters is you have to have a magnet. You know, read your Michael Porter. The Welsh Government, I think, paid him £250,000 for a cluster strategy in 2002. I got him for free when I studied with him in Harvard Business School. And what he would tell you is, look, clusters cannot be conjured out of thin air. The whole point about the Circuit of Wales is that it created an open-air laboratory, a test rig, that would be the magnet, potentially. You can take your view whether that's right or wrong, and some members are sceptical. But certainly without it, it doesn't work. So surely the Welsh Government should get round to the table to see if these problems can be resolved. Let's turn to the call for an independent inquiry that both the Conservative Party, UKIP and my own party have made. There have been a series of misleading statements by the government, and they have the full range from obfuscation through to statements that are plain and true, the government would have known were untrue, and we have 19 words in Roger's thesaurus to describe that, most of which are unparliamentary. So I won't test the patience of the chair, but I'll go through some of the examples. We might have heard one earlier, by the way. We were told that there was no, ONS couldn't give a definitive statement in terms of balance sheet. We now know, of course, that the Welsh Government themselves had asked for a provisional ruling in relation to its own project at Felindre, but an answer there came not from the Cabinet Secretary as to whether you'd followed that same process to get a provisional ruling in terms of the Circuit of Wales. The impression was created last week in terms of the Automotive Technology Park that TVR and Aston Martin were on board with the technology park without the Circuit of Wales. And yet the record will show, Cabinet Secretary, that they did not know about this until you got up on your feet. That's what I think the record will show. Now, I asked the question because what we've seen throughout this process is the government shifting the goalposts and then covering the tracks. I asked whose proposal it was to come up with an 80% guarantee. That was the second proposal that was rejected. I was told by the government that it was the company that suggested this in a document dated 15th of April 2016. I was then sent a letter by Monmouthshire County Council, which actually proved it was the government, Mick Maguire writing to Michael Carrick on the 7th of April, before that date, suggesting, and I quote, I've spoken to the First Minister's private office and they've confirmed that he's happy for officials to advance with the Circuit of Wales and Aviva on a viable alternative business plan B that achieves a fairer sharing of risk. To achieve these objectives, the areas you need to consider include the guarantee to Aviva should be 80% or less. And most seriously of all, of course, is the statement made by the First Minister during the election campaign, when he gives the reason for the rejection of the first proposal as this. What happened originally was we were looking for a guarantee of 30 million. It went to 357 million. When asked when that occurred, he said in the last few days, and he repeated that in an interview with the Western Mail a few days later. And yet we now know, because we have a letter from Aviva which says this, Llywydd, the manner in which the deal was rejected did not reflect well on Aviva investors, especially as it quoted that we requested a 100% underwrite a few days before the rejection, when in fact this deal had been worked up with the Welsh Government through civil servants for many months, and nothing in our funding structure changed in the run-up to the announcement. Now, if what Aviva is telling us is true, then we have been misled in the most serious manner possible. That is why we need an independent inquiry.
Mohammed Ashka.
Presiding Officer, the importance of regeneration projects to improving the economic and social condition in the area cannot be overstated. This is particularly true in my region of South East Wales, which has many communities that have sadly experienced a decade of decline. Successful regeneration schemes bringing jobs and investment to blighted areas can bring jobs and other benefits that can last for many years. The Welsh Government has a duty to taxpayers to ensure regeneration projects are viable and will provide cost-effective benefits in return for the investment. Unfortunately, in many cases, the Welsh Government has failed in its duty. The Circuit of Wales is one example of the Welsh Government failure to adhere to the simple processes of due diligence, governance and accountability. I accept, of course, that the current Cabinet Secretary of the Economy has not only been in office for just over a year. However, it is the case that over a period of 7 years, the people of Aberystwyth have had their hopes raised and then dashed by false starts and delay to this project. The years running up to the final decision on the Circuit of Wales has been dogged by the allegation of the misspending of public funds, inappropriate intervention by the Welsh Government, and due diligence concerns. In April this year, Welsh Audit Office published a report into the transfer of over £9 million of public funds to support the project. They found in the insignificant shortcomings in the way ministers had managed the risk to the taxpayers. They went on to say that funding decisions were based on flawed decisions. The Cabinet statements issued when the final decision was reached not to guarantee the project left serious questions unanswered. Why did it take so long to realize there was a significant risk that the full debt of the project could be classified against Welsh Government capital spending? Why did it take so long to determine the estimate of the number of jobs that could be created was significantly overstated? The Welsh Government cannot distance itself from the failure of this project. Presiding officers, there is another area which I think we all are ignoring. Right from the beginning, media took only seen one side of the coin. They only wanted this project to go ahead, but they did not look at the other objectives, which were very significant to care of and to look at. But they totally ignored it, even though I wrote it personally to my local media and the national media. Nothing was published. And it is not an isolated incident. The Regeneration Investment Fund for Wales was the subject of criticism by the Public Accounts Committee in the last Assembly. RIFU sold 16 pieces of land to developers at a sum of significantly less than their market value. We found RIFU was poorly executed due to the fundamental flaws in Welsh Government oversight and governance agreements. The Community's First programme was the Welsh Government's flagship anti-poverty scheme in Wales. Since its launch in 2001, Community First spent over £300 million trying to tackle poverty and deprivation in Wales. And yet, as the Community Secretary admitted, performance had been mixed, and in his word, poverty remains a stubborn and persistent challenge. Comment close. In some cases, too much money spent to staffing instead of frontline projects. In the Community's First cluster in Caerphilly, more than £2 million were spent on staffing in 2015 and 16. This was more than 5 times the amount spent on anti-poverty projects in Wales. Go on then.
Thank you. Would you countenance the fact that without a whole plethora of anti-poverty strategies across Wales, including this one, that poverty would remain at a far worse level due to austerity, due to Welsh block grant cuts and due to the cruel disinvestment in the welfare system?
Well, the thing is, you know that the money come from the centre was sent back, I think, that's what I heard, and there is mismanagement in your own government. Presiding officer, regeneration is an important driver within the Welsh economy. The Welsh Government must address, as a matter of urgency, the financial mismanagement that has occurred. This is the only way to ensure the best return and value to the taxpayers' money and the communities in need in Wales. And there are certain areas which we need to improve our economies, and they are inward investment from overseas after Brexit, our expansion of our aviation industry, improving our financial institutions, and also convention centres. And there is a long list, presiding officer, which I think only Conservative can deliver. Thank you.
Neil Hamilton.
I don't think I could improve upon the devastating demolition which Adam Price conducted of the government's case on this. So I shan't even attempt to do that, but I hope I'll be able to add to it. This is, in addition, a devastating blow to industrial confidence in Wales, and I can't think that any potential investor in future could rely upon the word of a government minister in this administration. The Circuit of Wales developers have been led up the garden path numerous times and encouraged to believe that a project which we now know in the government's estimation was flawed from the very beginning was a practical possibility. What have they been doing for the last 3 to 7 years as we've been through endless due diligence exercises for different reasons, if the most elementary point of all was missed by civil servants in the Welsh Government and by ministers who ought to know better? We heard from the Finance Secretary this morning in the Finance Committee that he was well familiar with the problems of classification under ONS rules and indeed the Treasury guidelines. Of course he was. And previous finance ministers too. The whole Cabinet should be aware of this because it's a problem which has arisen in many different directions, including in the last year in relation to housing associations and social housing projects generally. if it really were the case that this problem was fatal to the project, then that should have been recognised right from the start, and £50 million would not have been wasted by the private sector developers, and £10 million of taxpayers' money wasted by the Welsh Government in the development funding which they've provided. So I think that this is a major scandal which requires to be investigated independently, and I fully support the 2 amendments which Plaid Cymru have put down. I give way to Adam Price.
I'm interested to know as well that in an exchange with me on the 8th of February 2017, when I asked the Cabinet Secretary whether the 2 sets of criteria, you will recall that he set down to take the project to the final stage, was the 50% level of guarantee and of the debt and the risk met, and also the investor term sheets. And he said to me, according to my officials, it does appear that the criteria have been met.
And I can supplement that further with another statement which occurred in the Cabinet Secretary's most recent statement to this Assembly, where he said also that the level of financial risk borne by the private sector being less than 50%, explained that this is because the £210 million underwriting element would carry a higher risk than the other parts of the financing package, which can't possibly be true, because there's £48 million of equity risk here, which is not protected at all and goes down the plug hole if the project fails, and also another £47 million of debt, which is subordinated to the government's own guarantee. So that was a factual inaccuracy as well on top. I don't even understand where the £375 million debt figure itself arises from, but that's a point of detail which we can explore on another occasion. But the fundamental absurdity of the situation we now find ourselves in is that the government is not asked to put in a single penny up front by way of investment funding for this project, although out of the back pocket, as I described it in First Minister's questions yesterday, a description which the First Minister demurred at, we now know that that is provided out of the general reserve of the government, which is, I think, fairly described as the back pocket. We didn't know this £100 million was nestling there undisturbed and available for any wizard scheme which could be dreamed up at 5 minutes' notice to be blown on a project for which there are currently no takers. And if ever there were a case of due diligence which needs to be done, it's into the project which the government now is proposed not only to put in a contingent liability, but an actual liability for the next 10 years, which itself will be at the expense of schools and hospitals and all the other things that they claim not to be able to finance if they went ahead with the Circuit of Wales project. So we now are spending, as I described it last week, shed loads of money on a collection of empty sheds, rather than having a world-class racing circuit on the back of which, as Adam Price rightly said, we might be able to attract as a cluster a number of automotive companies to take advantage of the celebrity which that potentially can bring. Why would they come to an empty site in Ebbw Vale with nothing that relates to what they intend to do there? So I do believe that this government has not just failed the people of Ebbw Vale, but failed the people of Wales. And after 20 years, I think we've seen enough of this government, and it's time that they went.
David Melding.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. I want to concentrate on the first part of our motion and just say that when regeneration is well thought through, it can bring great benefits. Aberdare Town Centre is an example. Here in Cardiff Bay, we've seen over the last 30 years a most astonishing transformation in our capital city. In Llywydd, I'm very pleased to say this building itself is a great example of that regeneration, and I pay tribute to one of your predecessors who's in the chamber who saw that project through. And it gives the potential for all sorts of development and new hope for future generations. And what we're seeing in Cardiff, in the tourist press internationally, in reviews of our economic potential, they talk very highly of this part of South Wales, and we must use it as a resource for wider economic development throughout Wales. But it just shows you, with imagination, leadership and vision, and the cooperation of all the key players, what can be achieved. And there's a great body of international best practice which we are part of, and that stretches from Baltimore to Bilbao and many places in between. And I think that we now need to set new ambitions for what we're going to do, especially for the valleys and the heads of the valleys. And other speakers have concentrated on one specific project. That's not my intention. I will look at some other areas where I think we need to see more effort and ambition. But can I commend some things that have happened? I mean, the city deals offer a way of ensuring that regeneration fits into a pattern of regional growth and development, and also is a great model, I think, for cooperation between the UK government and the Welsh government, and the local government as well, to cooperate constructively on these city-region approaches, which, of course, are all about getting that prosperity and that expertise and the potential it can generate right around the region, and ensuring that other things like transport networks and cultural networks are properly integrated so that everyone living in the region benefits. And I think there's a very important concept that we are working through now, and I'm pleased to see the progress so far, but I hope it's taken much more in the future. However, it's not just about local, devolved and UK government cooperating, though they do have a vital role to play. But community engagement, I think, is the other key to the real success of regeneration strategies. And for regeneration really to be effective, it really needs to be done by the community and not merely with, or far worse, for the community. And that often has been where there's been drift and disengagement, and that's something we need to be careful in preventing in the future. If I may quote from Regeneration Wales' report, A Guide to Effective Community Engagement, there, and I quote, "Good progress being made in some of Britain's most deprived communities was due to the adoption of policies with a strong emphasis on social inclusion strategies." I do agree with that. And one very simple strategy that ought to be central to this sort of regeneration that involves the community is that the community does much of the regeneration. It sounds simple, but often it just does not happen. So the community workers are recruited locally, the infrastructure, the work that requires, what projects are chosen and prioritised, that's done locally. Housing improvement schemes, a great economic multiplier, but involving local SMEs, cooperatives, whatever, and certainly local labour pools. Very important. Childcare, so important to upskilling the workforce in general and encouraging them into the labour market, being provided by local people in cooperatives and working for private sector, independent sector, whatever. And then basic skill development, which frankly in the most deprived regions is probably one of the biggest interventions that is required, again being based in community institutions and accessible in ways that local people can respond. Can I just finish, Presiding Officer, by saying that I think at the heart of this sort of regeneration is also greening our urban spaces. The South Wales valleys, before the age of coal, were known as this incredible sort of bucolic idyll, the subject of many great painters, I mean, Turner, for instance. And that sort of vision of the beauty of the landscape ought to inspire us again. And I was delighted a couple of weeks ago to go to my stay against the invitation of the local member, who I'm delighted to see is here, Hugh Ranker Davis. And we saw this wonderful project there of a new forest being developed. And that's just the sort of thing and the ambition we should have to really restore the valleys and give local people the confidence they need for their own economic regeneration. Thank you.
Coincidentally, Hugh Anca Davis.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llywydd. Thank you, David, for mentioning the spirit of the Llynfi woodland, and it was a great visit. I'm pleased that you were delighted with what you saw there. I think it is one potential way forward on regeneration. I will be supporting amendment number 1, despite protestations from Russell, as I think it does better reflect Labour sentiments on regeneration, and it's probably neater as well. But I welcome the announcement in amendment number 1 on the Automotive Technology Business Park in Ebbw Vale, even though I'm a little bit further west. And I also welcome the North Wales Growth Deal, though I'm a lot further south. But I'm going to get a bit more parochial now. So on regeneration schemes and the Ministerial Task Force, let me put some gentle suggestions forward in my patch of Ogmore that I hope may catch the ear of ministers. So, on transport infrastructure, I'm delighted that the Sunday service on the Maesteg line is now, I understand, being written into the new franchise. It's a major breakthrough, and also increased frequency options on this line are being actively worked up. These are major breakthroughs in embedding the Llynfi line into the South Wales Metro project and getting people to jobs as well as to other opportunities. But as part of this, by the way, we also need to resolve the 5 mile per hour problem, yes, 5 mile per hour issue with the 19th century railway infrastructure at Tondi, and a guard who descends every morning as I travel with his key from the signal box to hand it over to the train driver as the train is on stop, and we wave, and it's very, very quaint, and it's a bit like the railway children there. Very quaint indeed, but hardly the vision of a modern metro and railway that we want to see. I don't think it's the Cabinet Secretary's vision either. It's 5 mile per hour and then a full stop. But actually, as the options for the Metro and the new Wales and Border franchise are worked up, then we also need to anticipate, and Transport for Wales and new bidders need to anticipate, the future shape of transport in this region. So yes, we want the Maesteg line firmly as part of the South Wales Metro, and the Sunday service and the enhanced frequency will help do that. But it's only a start. To get people up and down and across these valleys to the jobs along the M4, we need to be more ambitious. And so firstly, and this is an unashamed request, what about initially rolling out the non-train, non-tram, super-fast, super-connected buses, the universal ticketing and so on, in the slightly more western valleys? Because if you're in the relatively isolated Evanstown or the Pricetown communities, despite being by car only 25 minutes from the M4 on a clear run at midnight with no congestion, if the bus journey to work at peak time takes over an hour, is infrequent, doesn't run late enough or early enough to get you to your job, requires a couple of connections, has no synchronicity with train tables or any other modes of travel, well, you're as far from a job as anyone else in any valley in South Wales. And more fundamentally, the 3 northern Bridgend valleys decant primarily to Bridgend, unlike the other valleys east, which decant primarily to Cardiff. Now, as such, I really would welcome the continuing engagement of Welsh Government with the Bridgend County Borough Council's concept of a Bridgend hub, where multimodal transport modes can converge here and then spin off east and west towards Cardiff, Newport in one direction, towards Neath, Swansea in the other, or south, in fact, into the Vale as well as southern Bridgend area. This secondary transport hub along the M4 corridor would significantly enhance the South Wales Metro and make the Bridgend Valleys and the coast and Vale of Glamorgan an integral part of the Metro. On the new franchise, let's hope the successful bidders bring forward options which can extend the service, whether tram and train or other innovative options, along and across these valleys, but also into the wider region of Bridgend and beyond. Outdated, inflexible thinking along traditional hard rail infrastructure will not meet the needs of our constituents or of our need to make it easy for more people to park up their cars and travel with ease on more environmentally friendly transport options. And in the Ministerial Valleys Task Force, options to strengthen the regeneration of the communities of the Llynfi, the Ogmore, the Garw and the Gilfach valleys are essential. The levels of multiple deprivation and isolation from jobs and other opportunities are as pronounced in these parts of these upper valleys as anywhere else in South Wales, and whatever arises from the task force must recognise this and provide the same tools of economic regeneration available to all other areas. Economic regeneration is about moving jobs closer to people or people closer to jobs. The Northern Bridgend valleys have the benefit of being relatively close as the crow flies to the M4 corridor, but unfortunately, presiding officer, few of my constituents fly like crows. They travel on congested, single-lane roads in peak times. They are on a single line, one train an hour railway track. To reduce the distance between people and jobs and between opportunities for training and skills development, then I simply ask the Welsh Government, Transport for Wales, Network Rail and other transport providers to continue to work with me and my two local authorities and local communities to enhance the transport infrastructure and regenerate these valleys, towns and communities throughout Ogmore. Diolch yn fawr.
Mark Isherwood.
Thank you. Well, if the prosperity of communities across Wales is to be enhanced, regeneration schemes must first and foremost empower the people living in those communities. As I've emphasised since arriving in the Assembly in 2003, housing is key to sustainable community regeneration, not just in bricks and mortar terms, but adding value by unlocking the human potential in communities. However, although there was no affordable housing supply crisis when Labour came to Welsh Government in 1999, they then slashed new social and affordable housing by nearly three-quarters, and even last year, Wales was the only UK nation to see new home completions go backwards. Contrast this with the UK Government's announcement yesterday of a £2.3 billion housing infrastructure fund for England to accommodate growing communities and get homes built faster. Having failed to understand or ignored successive warnings and Wales Audit Office reports, Labour's command control approach towards community engagement has left Wales with the lowest prosperity, wages and employment and the highest poverty, child poverty and unemployment amongst the British nations. As the 2015 Communities Equality and Local Government Committee inquiry into poverty in Wales, poverty inequality, found, since the early 2000s, the level in poverty in Wales has been static, with 23% of the population living in poverty. In other areas of the UK with high poverty, the report said, like North East England, the level of poverty has fallen more than in Wales over the same period. This relative poverty figure has continued, and absolute poverty is also higher than the other UK nations. After spending £500 million, in fact, on the Welsh Government's lead Tackling Poverty programme Communities First, misapplying the findings of the 2009 Wales Audit Office report on Communities First, and dismissing the recommendations in the Wales Council for Voluntary Action report, Communities First, A Way Forward, at the start of the Fourth Assembly, this Community Secretary told the Equality Local Government and Communities Committee last month that the programme would not be replaced, that the record of its work in Wales' most deprived areas had been mixed, and that the figures aren't moving. In contrast, as a Deep Place study in Tredegar found, the community empowerment agenda has been increasingly framed within the co-production approach. Governance for resilient and sustainable places should seek to engage local citizens, they said, requiring a very different perspective from the normal approach to power at community level and dependent on a willing and open ability to share power and work for common objectives. Oxfam Cymru has specifically called on the Welsh Government to embed the sustainable livelihoods approach in all policy and service delivery in Wales, helping people identify their own strengths in order to tackle the root problem, preventing them and their communities from reaching their potential. This is what we should have been doing 10 years ago. As the Bevan Foundation states, if people feel that policies are imposed on them, the policies don't work. And a new programme should be produced with communities, not directed top-down. Local area coordination in Derby, referred to before, working to people's strengths and aspirations, drove collaboration between local people, families, communities and organisations, building on the hugely successful model in Australia. Yes?
Would you countenance the fact that the very light regulatory approach of the UK Government in terms of employment has driven up a vast wedge in terms of zero-hours contracts, those working 2 or 3 jobs, and the inability of the welfare net to protect those has inadvertently and inappropriately affected the people of Wales due to their propensity for welfare claiming.
In Wales, the early part of the UK governed by Wales, we had the highest level of non-permanent contracts in the UK and the second highest level of zero-hour contracts amongst 12 UK nations and regions. That is Labour's legacy. Rest of UK, look and learn. This is what you would get in London if you repeat their mistakes. Commenting on the 2017 White Paper, Reforming Local Government, Resilient and Renewed, the Bevan Foundation states, essentially the public is being asked to agree to major changes in how local services are delivered without knowing how they can make their views heard. As working with the Talon Welsh Third Sector Network and the community branch of the Union Unite, the Building Communities Trust is identifying the key factors in developing community resilience at local level using asset-based community development, unlocking people's strengths. As they say, independent community organisations are well placed to effectively deliver local services, from social care to family support and employability. So let us join the thousands of co-production revolutionaries working in the co-production network for Wales. If we believe it's for Wales, join the people. Let me finish by addressing the claim in the Welsh Government amendment that it is driving forward the North Wales growth deal. Well, it was the UK Government which opened the door to a growth deal for North Wales, and it is this which has driven the Team North Wales cross-border response. However, from inception, both UK Government and North Wales Economic Ambition Board have called on the Welsh Government to grant devolved powers to the region, and their silence on this remains perhaps the greatest impediment to the growth deal's success.
Rhiannon Pasmo.
Diolch, Llywydd. I very much welcome the Welsh Government's amendment to this debate that welcomes the Ministerial Task Force for the South Wales Valleys that includes my constituency of Islwyn. Just last week, I stood on Newbridge train station with a member for Newport West and representatives from Network Rail and Arriva Trains to discuss the progress of the £38 million investment in the Ebervale-Cardiff railway line and highlighted the absolute need for the service to Newport, our nearest city. Since the Ebervale to Cardiff line was opened in 2008, it has been a stunning success. The very latest investment sees in my constituency of Islwyn improvements to the station at Newbridge and the laying of additional track across a 7-mile stretch in order to increase capacity. This is the power of Welsh devolution in action. A Welsh Labour government seeking to put in place transformational transport infrastructure that can revitalise and invigorate valleys communities such as Newbridge, Crosskeys, Risca and Pontymister and transform the lives of its people. In 2015, the Ebervale line was extended with £11.5 million investment from Welsh Government to open an Ebervale town station. This has already improved access to jobs and services for people in Ebervale, and all along the line has transformed access and mobility across its valleys community. The stunning success of the line is unquestionable, with over 300,000 journeys annually. The Ebervale town stations demonstrate how the line can be expanded as part of a strategic, holistic and multimodal transport interface, as highlighted by Hugh Rankin-Davies. I'm very much of the opinion that one day Crumlin should once again have a railway station on the line. And I know as the line heads towards Cardiff, there's also demand for a station in St Mellons, which could one day form a Cardiff Parkway linking with the main line to Swansea. These exciting developments are today and in the future being progressed by the Welsh Labour Government, using the levers at our disposal and pressing the UK Government to act where relevant powers still reside in Westminster and Whitehall. Despite the Welsh Government's call for the devolution of funding for rail infrastructure, the responsibility for its funding remains with the UK Government. And alas, we still await the promised electrification that they have so far failed to deliver for Wales. Maybe the Tory members opposite would be willing to put a shift in and shake Theresa May's money tree and get Wales some money. If only they were willing, they would also ensure Wales had the same treatment as the DUP have secured for Northern Ireland. That is, same parity of esteem, same finance and same treatment. As members know, Caerphilly County Borough Council is part of the Cardiff Capital Regional City deal, a deal I have not got time, unfortunately, that the Welsh Government... I would like to finish, has committed to contributing...
Let the member carry on. It is her decision on whether she takes interventions or not.
503 million, and I will say it again as I've been allowed to say it again, £503 million to the £1.2 billion Cardiff Capital City deal. This transformational deal will improve Valley's public transport and create 25,000 new jobs and leave an extra £4 billion in private sector investment. And I would like to place on record my appreciation to the Cyfarfod Council new leader and his energetic hands-on approach to leading the authority as the City deal progresses. I recently met with the Council leader, David Poole, to discuss how the communities of Islwyn can benefit from the opportunities that the City deal presents for our Valley's communities and beyond. Llywydd, let us be in no doubt our Valley communities have borne the brunt of the Tory UK government's cuts, and they have been at the forefront of government ruthless and cruel changes to welfare benefits, from the introduction of the bedroom tax to cuts to disability benefits. The impact has been felt most acutely by the communities in the valleys and most acutely by our most vulnerable. And while the Welsh Government cannot undo these reforms, it will do everything in its power to support people and help them secure skilled, meaningful work. The new innovative technology park, the City deal, the new employability pathways, enterprise and employment, childcare and children's zone will all play their part in regeneration of our valley's heartlines. Finally, the Welsh Labour Government has a clear and firm direction of travel outlined in Taking Wales Forward 2016 to 2021, creating a South Wales Metro, working in partnership delivering an extra 20,000 affordable homes, delivering the Cardiff City deal and £100 million investment in South East Wales. No wonder, then, that the nation of Wales overwhelmingly voted Welsh Labour in the recent local elections and general elections. Why don't the Tory members opposite join us tonight and vote in this debate on the side of the many and not the few?
Galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros yr economi a'r seilwaith, Ken Skates.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I start by thanking the Welsh Conservatives for bringing forward this debate today and for giving me the chance to respond. I'd like to thank in particular David Melding for his positive, forward-looking contribution. He talked about how regeneration cannot be delivered by a silver bullet and must be delivered at least with the community that it is intended. I think Rhiannon Passmore and Hugh Rankin-Davies spoke with equal passion and commitment for their constituencies. I was delighted to hear about how the Metro will transform the people that they serve, and the members also reminded us of the historic neglect in Wales's rail network by the UK government. Conversely, Mark Isherwood reminded us of the devastating impact that Tory austerity lasting more than 7 years has caused, that the bedroom tax has caused, that welfare reform has caused, that UK government-sponsored zero-hours contracts have caused. Yes, of course, I'd be delighted.
I'm sure you'll agree that Wales is part of the UK and the UK government welfare reforms apply throughout the UK. Why is Wales bottom on all the key social measures I quoted?
Well, the member may have neglected to recognise the fact that we've now had 7 years of crippling austerity, something that in this chamber he is a cheerleader for, but out in North Wales he's rather a crocodile tear apologist for. The fact is, we are suffering at the hands of Treasury ministers in Westminster who belong to your party. Now, both Hugh and David, and I think as well Rhiannon, highlighted that prosperity and effectively regeneration comes only through intelligent and only through coordinated interventions that must work together, and without the right training and the right skills, without the right transport infrastructure, people cannot access the jobs that may be brought to a local area. Equally, without good quality and affordable housing, young people may well be forced out of a community that they want to build a life in. I don't feel that that was reflected in the original motion today, and that's why we put down the government amendment. The work that I have been undertaking to refresh our economic strategy and develop the economy of each region of Wales, which I spoke about this morning in the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, is based on that fundamental principle, namely that coordinated interventions rather than individual silver bullets are the only viable route to the effective regeneration of communities across the length and breadth of Wales. And that's also the thinking behind the establishment of the Ministerial Task Force for the Valleys. As chair of the task force, the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language is developing a new approach to investing in the most economically deprived areas of the South Wales valleys, to ensuring that there is coordination in the interventions from both the private and the public sector, to ensure effective regeneration. That's why I'm a member of the task force and why the Minister for Skills and Science is as well. Crucially, we agreed from the outset that we needed to work collaboratively with key stakeholders and, most importantly, with those valleys communities in a way that David Melding rightly highlighted. This has involved an intense programme of engagement with communities across the valleys and a series of workshops and stakeholder events which have helped us to map out what the primary focus of a plan should be in the years to come. And these findings led to the development of a high-level plan which seeks to create new, fair, secure and, crucially, sustainable jobs in the valleys to ensure that public services are better joined up, make better use of public and community assets, and develop an approach to developing activities relating to the environment and tourism sectors in the valleys. We are using both the Valleys Task Force and the North Wales Growth Deal as mechanisms to drive prosperity. And the North Wales Growth Deal continues to be on the UK Government's agenda. I thought Janet Finch-Saunders' reaction to Mark Isherwood's misrepresentation of the partnership approach was accurate, as I thought it was shameful too. The fact is that the North Wales Growth Deal vision largely encompasses Welsh Government initiatives, and I'm pleased to be able to inform members that I have invited the Secretary of State for Wales to co-chair a task group with myself looking at how we can enhance cross-border economic development in North Wales and the Mersey Dee area, because it's absolutely crucial that activities on the Welsh side of the border align with activities on the English side as well. And that applies to the whole of North Wales, given that there is an arc of nuclear... Yes, yes.
Will you be asking him to similarly join you in work on joining the North Wales economy with the South of Wales and with Ireland?
Well, there is a need, absolutely, to ensure that there are better communications and that the growth deals and the city deals of Wales align with one another, that they're not competing with one another. But the reality is that much of the economic relationship that exists between the north of Wales and the northwest of England is driven by similar sectoral interests. And for that reason, it's essential that we focus our attention primarily on the emerging growth deals in both the northwest of England and the north of Wales. That is an economic reality. And for the member's own interests, the nuclear sector on Ynys Môn is probably the biggest economic driver that is going to be emerging in his constituency in the years to come. That, of course, is strongly linked to the development of the energy sector right across North Wales and into the northwest of England. It's in everybody's interest to make sure that the skills are developed on Ynys Môn to capture all of the jobs. Yes.
Minister earlier today, I think there's a danger in the northwest of Wales that Wilfa is seen as the one that ticks the box. What are your thoughts on what happens if Wilfa is not deliverable for some reason? And of course that is a danger, and a danger then that the northwest has nothing planned to come out of the North Wales Growth Deal.
I sincerely hope that the leader of your party doesn't get away and stop nuclear energy in Wales. I sincerely hope for the people of Ynys Môn and the whole of North Wales that the facility is built. But the fact of the matter is that the economy of the region is also built on a strong tourism base, and tourism in North Wales right now is experiencing record success, and it's also based on a vibrant food and drink industry, which again is experiencing record success. So the industry of Ynys Môn and North Wales is in prime position to take advantage not just of emerging nuclear energy initiatives, but also in tourism, agriculture and food and drink sector, if only the members would listen. I can honestly say, Presiding Officer, that the decision taken over the Circuit of Wales was the most difficult and challenging decision that I have ever been involved in during my lifetime in government. Challenging and difficult because the community in which the project was promised for is one that is in need of new opportunities, new growth and regeneration, and perhaps above all, new hope. I've set out the reasons why we could not go ahead, but importantly in doing so, I've also set out an alternative plan, an automotive technology park, in which we will invest £100 million over the next 10 years. This is an investment in the future of Blaenau Gwent that can support economic growth right across the Heads of the Valleys region. And I want our work to demonstrate that Wales is a good place to do business and that Blaenau Gwent and the Heads of the Valleys offer great untapped potential for those investors. The focus of the project in the initial stages will be threefold and based on evidence from businesses, from local government partners, from industry and academic experts, and from the Ebbw Enterprise Zone. And all elements will be subject to satisfactory business cases and due diligence. First, to develop a new facility designed to encourage entrepreneurship and to grow the number of SMEs. Secondly, the development of an advanced manufacturing facility specifically designed to cater for any number of inward investors, many of whom are in the high-tech, ultra-low emissions sector and who are currently exploring opportunities here in Wales. And third, to support the refurbishment of an existing building in the enterprise zone that can act as a skills and apprenticeship training centre to make sure that we provide the pipeline of skilled people to take up quality jobs. Looking to a future in which we innovate, incubate, launch and grow more Welsh companies, commercialising much of our homegrown intellectual property, I believe that we can support economic growth in the Heads of the Valleys and stimulate the prosperity that I think everybody in this chamber would want to see.
Galwaf ar Darren Miller I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I thank everybody for taking part in this important debate? It was tabled because we believe that there needs to be a renewed focus on regeneration here in Wales, and that we need to get some of those impoverished communities in all of our constituencies back on their feet and up and running. And I think we have to acknowledge that there have been some epic failures by the Welsh Government over the past 20 years. We've seen the Communities First programme utterly fail to deliver, as Mohammed Asghar and Mark Isherwood quite rightly pointed out. £500 million worth of expenditure and the same level of poverty in those communities today as there was as then. We won't be taking any interventions from you. No, not at all. In addition to that, we saw the scandal. We saw the scandal of a land bank, some jewels in the crown in terms of a land bank, sold off on the cheap during the last Assembly term by the Regeneration Investment Fund for Wales at a loss, potentially, we don't know quite what it is, but at least tens of millions of pounds to the Welsh taxpayer. Money that could have and should have been invested into regeneration projects. And just now, we have seen the situation emerge with the Circuit of Wales project, where for 7 years a company has been strung along by the Welsh Government, who's given the impression that they're doing everything they can to support and then pulled the plug just before things are able to be signed on the dotted line. And I think that those, no, I haven't got, I may take time in a second, and I think that stringing people along, I appreciate you've inherited a real mess, frankly, as a Cabinet Secretary from your predecessor, because you know, you're relatively new to this particular post, but the reality is that unfortunately that mess has landed in your inbox and you've had to pick up the pieces. And I think it's only right that we should have a public inquiry into the Circuit of Wales debacle in order that we can get to the bottom of what happened, we can establish precisely what the truth is, and whether the Welsh public, whether the businesses that are involved, and whether this Assembly has been misled over what took place. Now, other members have talked passionately about individual issues in their constituency and the regeneration projects which has taken place. David Melling is quite right to point out to the fact that there has been some success over the years, particularly in places like Cardiff Bay. I'm seeing a renaissance in the seaside town of Colwyn Bay as well on the North Wales coast in recent years, and there has been Welsh Government involvement in that, and I'll pay tribute to you for helping to contribute to that success. But unfortunately, there are many communities that are still being left behind. Now, I heard very carefully what Rhiannon Passmore was saying about the unfairness, the alleged unfairness of the UK government in investing in the peace and security of Northern Ireland by making additional resources available to that particular part of the United Kingdom. But what about the need for some fairness within Wales in terms of spending in North Wales and in Mid Wales and in West Wales instead of focusing just on the south, which is what we've seen over 20 years from this government here, Labour-led administrations, and including, of course, Plaid Cymru and the Lib Dems propping those administrations up from time to time. We haven't seen the same sustained focus on North Wales and Mid Wales. And Russell George was quite right. We need a growth deal. We need a growth deal for Mid Wales. We need rural Wales to also be on the map in terms of some attention, so that we can ensure that the businesses in those areas, those rural parts of Wales, get the support that they also need. Now, I think you're quite right, Cabinet Secretary, to focus on the opportunities that lie in cross-border working between Wales and between England, and particularly in North Wales, where very strong economic links already exist. Now, we have seen some success in dragging some economic bleed into North East Wales in recent years, which has benefited that part of Wales's economy. But we need to get that drift, that economic success, further west. And I can hear very loudly the concerns that have been raised about North West Wales, and they are genuine concerns. And we need to ensure that there's prosperity from east to west, as well as from north to south and south to north. We've got to get all parts of Wales able to reach their potential, and unfortunately the policies that we've seen to date have not enabled them to reach their potential, and that's what I want to see. So I think you've got to work harder with communities. You've got to make sure that we take... I know you'll laugh at this, but we've got to take the politics out of some of this as well, if we're going to achieve the sort of success that we want, particularly when we've got a range of local authorities with different coloured leadership in terms of the politics, and we've got different coloured leadership at one end of the M4 to this end of the M4. So let's try to work together in order to achieve what I hope we all want to achieve, which is a more prosperous Wales. Let's recognise, though, that continuing to go down the same formula that you think is going to lead to success and hasn't in the past is not going to work. And I do think, therefore, that we certainly are very concerned, while we welcome the fact that there's some extra investment for Ebbw Vale, which has been announced. We're very concerned that that's not actually going to deliver any sea change in terms of a difference for the economy in Blaenau Gwent and Ebbw Vale. So I think that there needs to be a fresh approach. There needs to be more collaboration, more working with local government. We've had these wonderful city deals, which I think point us in the right direction in Cardiff and in Swansea Bay. We've got a North Wales growth deal which is inching forward, being driven forward by Alan Cairns and the Wales office. And I believe that if we work together, we will be able to see the difference that collaboration can make. So I urge people to support the motion in the name of the Welsh Conservatives this afternoon.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais felly ar yr eitem tan y cyfnod pleidleisio. Yr eitem nesaf yw dadl Plaid Cymru ar filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg, a dwi'n galw'r Sian Gwent Lluan i wneud y cynnig.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, a dwi'n falch iawn o gyflwyno'r ddadl yma heddiw ac i gynnig y cynnig. Yn mis Mawrth eleni, fe nes i gyhoeddi adroddiad o'r enw Cyrraedd y Miliwn, oedd wedi ei lunio gan brif asiantaeth polisi a chynllunio iaith annibynnol Cymru, sef iaith, y ganolfan cynllunio iaith. Mi o'n i'n awyddus i gyfrannu i'r drafodaeth wrth i'r Llywodraeth fynd ati i lunio'r strategaeth fydd yn tyfu'r nifer o siaradwyr Cymraeg yng Nghymru i filiwn erbyn 2050. Mi o'n i yn ceisio crynhoi'r prif flaenoriaethau strategol sydd angen i gweu i'w gilydd i greu strategaeth lwyddiannus. Roedd cael help cynllunwyr iaith profiadol yn hanfodol, ac mae'n bwysig defnyddio eu harbenigedd nhw yn llawn wrth symud ymlaen. Mae'r cynnig sydd ger bron heddiw yn gyfle i grisialu rhai o'r prif faterion, ac yn ei tro bydd fy nghyd aelodau yn grŵp Plaid Cymru yn edrych ar addysg, cynnal a datblygu'r economi yn yr ardaloedd lle mae'r Gymraeg yn iaith bob dydd, deddfwriaeth a hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg. Mae yna lawer mwy na hynny yn y ddogfen Cyrraedd y Miliwn, ac mae pob un ohonoch chi wedi cael copi o'r ddogfen ac mae hi ar gael ar-lein. Gair am y gwelliannau sydd wedi cael eu cyflwyno. Mae gwelliannau llafur ac rei UKIP yn dileu yn cynnig ni yn gyfan gwbl, ac felly fyddwn ni ddim yn eu cefnogi nhw. Disgrifiad ydy gwelliant llafur o rhai o'r camau sydd ar y gweill neu sydd wedi digwydd. Edrychwn yn ymlaen i weld cynnwys y papur gwyn a'r syniadau ar gyfer bil y Gymraeg newydd. Edrychwn ymlaen yn eiddgar at bori drwy'r strategaeth miliwn siaradwyr wsos nesaf, ac mae'r bwrdd cynllunio yn gam i'r cyfeiriad iawn, ond cam yn unig. Mae gwelliant UKIP yn negyddol ac yn wag o unrhyw uchelgais na gweledigaeth. Mae gwelliant y cydwadwyr am yr economi yn gwanhau yn cynnig ni. Mae angen i'r iaith fod yn rhan annatod o gynllunio economaidd. Mae o'n llawer mwy na'r defnydd o'r Gymraeg ym myd busnes. Yn wir, mae'r gwelliant yma yn crynhoi yn berffaith y diffyg crybwyll cyffredinol sy'n yna am y cysylltiad rhwng y Gymraeg ac economi hyfyw yn yr ardaloedd lle mae hi'n iaith bob dydd y cymunedau. Un dadl ni ydy, os ydy'r Gymraeg am gynyddu, rhaid diogelu'r cadarnleoedd, ac i wneud hynny, rhaid cael swyddi o ansawdd yn y llefydd hynny i atal allfudo ac i greu ffyniant economaidd a chymdeithasol. O ran gwelliant y cydwadwyr am rôl Comisiynydd y Gymraeg, dydy adolygu ddim yn gyfystyr a chryfhau, felly da ni ddim yn cefnogi hwn. Ac o ran ystyried diben safona'r Gymraeg, da ni gweld hyn hefyd yn arwydd o awydd i wanhau yn hytrach na chryfhau. A felly dehongli'r gwelliannau yma gen eu ceidwadwyr fel diffyg ymrwymiad gynnyn nhw at y Gymraeg, a dwi'n siŵr fyddan nhw'n awyddus i'n perswadio ni fel arall. Yn syml felly, da ni'n erbyn y gwelliannau. Da ni'n credu bod yn cynnig ni yn un cynhwysfawr, ond dio ddim yn trafod pob agwedd o bell ffordd. Mae sawl agwedd i'r gwaith o greu miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg. Ac yn yr adroddiad, Cyrraedd y Miliwn, da ni'n crynhoi fel a ganlyn. Bydd rhaid cynnal y niferoedd a'r canrannau o siaradwyr a'r defnyddwyr cyfredol o'r Gymraeg. Bydd rhaid atgynhyrchu siaradwyr Cymraeg drwy gymdeithasoli plant yn y teulu a'r gymdogaeth leol. Bydd rhaid cynhyrchu siaradwyr newydd drwy'r gyfundrefn addysg a gofal plant ffurfiol ac anffurfiol yn ddarpariaeth cyn ysgol, ysgolion, colegau a darpariaethau allgyrsiol. A bydd rhaid creu siaradwyr newydd o blith y gweithlu Cymreig. Wrth gynllunio i nifer cynyddol o bobl fod yn siaradwyr Cymraeg, bydd rhaid sicrhau bod yna ddigon o gyfleoedd i bobl ac i bobl ifanc yn enwedig i ddefnyddio'u Cymraeg ym mhob agwedd ar fywyd pob dydd, yn y cartra, wrth ddilyn cyrsia addysgol a hyfforddiant, yn y gymdogaeth a'r gymuned leol, yn y gweithlu ac ar gyfryngau cymdeithasol a thrwy dechnoleg gwybodaeth. Mae hefyd angen sicrhau amodau cymdeithasol ac economaidd hyfyw i gynnal a chynyddu'r nifer o ardaloedd sydd â chanrannau uchel o siaradwyr Cymraeg, gan blethu amcanion polisi a chynllunio iaith gyda strategaethau a datblygiadau economaidd yn yr ardaloedd hynny. Yn ogystal â hynny, mi fydd rhaid hyrwyddo a chefnogi rhwydweithiau cymdeithasol newydd o siaradwyr Cymraeg mewn ardaloedd llai Cymraeg i iaith. Ac yn gefnlen i'r cyfan, mi fydd rhaid sicrhau'r amodau gorau mwyn i siaradwyr y Gymraeg medru ei defnyddio. Bydd hynny'n golygu adeiladu ar y bensaerniaeth ddeddfwriaethol gyfredol mwyn sicrhau a chryfhau statws y Gymraeg, lledu a hwyluso i defnydd mewn puoedd hen a newydd, a datblygu hawliau a hyder siaradwyr Cymraeg i'w defnyddio ym mhob agwedd a fywyd beunyddiol ein gwlad. A mae hyn yn cynnwys ehangu'r safona i'r sector breifat, gan gynnwys y sector telathrebu, bancia a'r archfarchnadoedd. Trosolwg ar y cychwyn fel hyn, a dwi'n edrych ymlaen at weddill y ddadl.
Rwyf wedi dethol o 6 gwelliant i'r cynnig, os derbynu'r gwelliant 1 cyfgwelliannau 2, 3, 4, 5 a 6 i dadddethol, os derbynu'r gwelliant 2 cyfgwelliannau 3, 4, 5 a 6 i dadddethol, Dwi'n galw ar gweinidog y Gymraeg a dysgu gydol oes i gynnig yn ffurfiol gwelliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt.
Yn ffurfiol.
Galwaf ar Neil Hamilton i gynnig gwelliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn ei enw.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. There is a great deal in Plaid Cymru's motion that we can agree with, and the reason why we put delete all in our amendment is because that's what Plaid Cymru always does when it tries to amend our motions. So I'm afraid that we're just repaying them in kind. But we've never yet succeeded in having an amendment passed. So therefore, I think this is a somewhat illusory threat to Plaid Cymru. And I applaud the document which Llawn Cenulliad produced, reaching the million, which I think is extremely interesting and wide-ranging and comprehensive plan and strategy for achieving what I believe to be a common objective of us all in this Assembly. And I've strongly supported the Welsh Government's ambition for 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050. And I've frequently said that I think that the Minister for Lifelong Learning has promoted this policy very effectively with the sensitivity which is his most notable characteristic. And I think it was meant affectionately in this particular instance. And I do believe that the general approach which the government brings to this topic is the right one. And whilst I agree with a great deal of what is in this document, there are a couple of things which concern me. In particular, obviously, one of them which is mentioned in the motion itself on the extension of Welsh language standards to the private sector. And whilst I agree that for telecommunications firms and for banks and big companies of that kind, they have the infrastructure to be able to cope with the extra financial burdens and administrative burdens which that will bring about. It's a very, very different story, of course, for smaller businesses. So we need to have more detail in that element of the proposal before we could support it. I'm broadly sympathetic to the aim of Plaid Cymru, even in that respect. But I do believe we need to have more flesh on the bones before we can support it. The purpose of our amendments was to draw attention to what I believe to be a fundamental tenet of policy in respect of education, that the wishes of parents ought to be given the greatest possible consideration. Now, I agree that that may, in certain instances, be in conflict with the other objectives on which we agree. But fundamentally, the children who are the subject of this debate, insofar as education is concerned, at any rate, are not our children, they're their parents' children. And the Education Act of 1996, admittedly before devolution, which set out the legal obligation of government, says that pupils were to be educated in accordance with parents' wishes. Obviously, that's so far as administratively possible. It's not in every instance that a parent can have his or her wishes respected, but fundamentally that's what we should try to do. And of course, in my own region, Mid and West Wales, we've had two contrasting cases in the last year of the case of Llangennech in Llanelli and of course Brecon High School, and I very much welcome the decision by the Education Authority in Powys to continue Welsh medium education at Brecon High School. I supported the parents there because that was what they wanted, and similarly I supported the parents in Llangennech who wanted a different decision taken in respect of the changing of the medium of instruction from English to Welsh in Llangennech Primary School. And I do believe that the way forward is by persuasion, and I think this should be properly funded. I agree with, again, that part of the motion and this document, that the Welsh language strategy will be expensive, but I think it's an expense which is worth incurring because the language is at the heart of a culture of a nation, and it's an irreplaceable gift which, if lost, can be restored only with the greatest possible difficulty. So I think it is worth us making the greatest possible effort in order to achieve those objectives. And there is a ray of hope in this because, as the report says, that from 2001 to 2011, the number of 3 to 4-year-olds recorded as Welsh speakers grew from 18.8% to 23.3%, and we need to build on that. And I applaud the objective which is set in the report, then, of increasing that figure to 35%. Within a reasonable period, because that is the way in which the language will be sustained. I know from my own personal experience it's much more difficult to learn a language once you get up beyond the early years, and therefore it is vitally important that we socialise children, as Sian Gwenllian said in her introduction to this debate, as early as possible, and make them instinctively familiar with the language. That is the way forward.
Galwaf Susie Davies I gynnig gwelliannau 3456 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies.
Gwelliannau Ceidwadwyr Cymraeg yn enw Paul Davies. A diolch hefyd I Blaid Cymru am gyflwyno'r ddadl heddiw ac am gomisiynu yr adroddiad y cyfeirir ato yn y cynnig. A bydd ddiddorol gweld sut mae'r adroddiad wedi dylanwadu ar waith y gweinidog. Ac wrth gwrs mae angen I glywed gan y gweinidog ar hyn, achos mae awdurdodau lleol yn paratoi a'i strategaethau iaith Cymraeg I hunan hyd at 2020 I gyd yn ffurfio gyda safona, heb unrhyw ddealltwriaeth o beth y bydd y gyfynion Llywodraeth Cymru ar ôl diwedd y flwyddyn. Mae gennym welliannau, felly byddym yn gwrthwynebu'r cynnig, ond dydyn ni ddim yn eleniaethus i'r byrdwn cyffredinol y cynnig. Hoffwn gefnogi pwynt 3a. Rwy wedi bod yn galw am gyflwyniad ystyrlon orfodol y Gymraeg mewn lleoliadau dechrau'n ar gyfer rai blynyddoedd bellach, ond ogystal a chyflwyno sgiliau iaith Gymraeg fel rhan anatod o gyrsiau galwedigaethol megis a gofal cymdeithasol, lletygarwch, gwallt a harddwch hyd yn oed ac wrth gwrs gofal plant. Ac bydde riglder yn safon air, gawn ni weld, bydde fy mhrif ffocws ar hyder. Ac rwy'n credu bod ni gyd wedi dod i'r casgliad erbyn hyn, os dos dim gennym yr hyder I ddefnyddio ein Cymraeg yn anghywir, dos dim cyfle i'n Cymraeg ddod yn dda. Caiff hyn ei adlewyrchu yn ein gwelliant cyntaf. Rydym yn cyflwyno hyn yn y termau hyn, Sian Gwenllian, yn rhannol oherwydd doeddwn ni ddim yn deall beth oedd pwynt 3b yn golygu mewn gwirionedd. Os oedd am edrych am dir ffrwythlon hirhwyddo'r chaffael a defnyddio sgiliau'r iaith Gymraeg o fewn strategaeth economaidd Llywodraeth Cymru, wel byddwn yn cytuno â chi. Os oedd am beidio rolio nôl o safonau, wel byddwn yn cytuno â chi hefyd. Os oedd am dderbyn byddai'n rhaid I unrhyw raglen yn y diriogaeth hon I fod yn aml cyflymder mwyn adlewyrchu y bydd pawb yng Nghymru yn cael I prynu mewn I hyn o fannau cychwyn gwahanol, byddwn yn cytuno â chi gyda hynny hefyd. Mae gwelliant 4 yn ymwneud â'r Comisiynydd Iaith Gymraeg a rydym yn gwahodd unwaith eto Llywodraeth Cymru I ystyried atebolrwydd y Comisiynydd. Yn bennaf, gan fod y ddemocrataidd rhyddfrydol hefyd wedi galw am rôl annibynnol iddi hi, ymatebol yn uniongyrchol I ni dim y Llywodraeth. Gan fod plaid bellach wedi croesawu'r syniad o asiantaeth hyd braich I hyrwyddo'r iaith Gymraeg, tybed os gallem weld rhywfaint o newid yna I safbwynt blaenorol am hyn hefyd. Doedd I ddim o'r bell yn ôl mewn cyfarfod gyda dyfodol, dwi'n credu. Roeddwn i'n dadle o blaid asiantaeth hyd braich I wneud gwaith hyrwyddo ac roedd Alun Fred yn dadle i'r gwrthwyneb. Ac fy mod yn croesawu'r symud i'r ffordd o feddwl Ceidwadwyr Cymraeg, efallai gall y bwyso arnoch chi am maint yw'r hyd fraich. Os rydych chi yn sôn am gorff a fydd jyst yn dilyn cyfarwyddiadau'r bwrdd cynllunio Llywodraeth, wel, dim pwynt symud y gwaith ffwrdd o Llywodraeth. Gallu adael tan y diwedd, dwi'n siŵr os mae gyda fi ddigon amser, sori. Achos mae rhaid I fi weid, mae'n pwynt pwysig, gyda pam dyn ni ddim yn cytuno gyda be mae Llywodraeth yn trio gweud heddi. Ar hyn o bryd, dwi dal I fod yn argyhoeddedig ar bwrpas y panel. A dyna pam, fel wedi ti, dwi ddim yn cefnogi'r gwelliant y Llywodraeth. Ar hyn o bryd, rwy dal o blaid corff hyd braich annibynnol I ymgymryd ar gwaith hwn, ond gyda'r rhyddid I feddwl yn wahanol. Fodd bynnag, mae yna ddadlau gallu Comisiynydd y Gymraeg yn atebol i'r cynulliad hwn yn hytrach na Llywodraeth. Hefyd ffeindio hun mewn sefyllfa diddorol i fod yn brif hyrwyddwr iaith Gymraeg. Rydyn ni dal mewn cyfnod lle mae llawer o anhetholwyr yn canmol neu gondemnio'r cynulliad hwn am bolisi iaith Gymraeg yn hytrach na'r Llywodraeth. A byddai cyfle yma i gryfhau y rôl y Comisiynydd yn rhan 3C yn y cynnig gwreiddiol, ond mewn ffordd wahanol. Mae gwelliad 6 yn wahoddiad i ofyn eiddo'r pobl neu eiddo'r weithrediad yw'r iaith Gymraeg. Nid yw ein gwelliant 5 yn groes i ran 3C y cynnig, mae jyst yn gofyn am gyfnod o fyfyrio a dadansoddi cyn cymryd y cam nesaf a safonau. A mae'r Comisiynydd wedi gwaed bod y cyrff yn effeithio gan y safonau ar hyn o bryd yn dod i arfer ar syniad a gobeithio a byddwn yn gweld y tystiolaeth ffurfiol i gadarnhau hynny mewn atebion i'r ymgynghoriad at y papur gwyn y Llywodraeth. Mae gyda fi mwy i weid, ond does dim digon o amser, felly mae ddrwg i Simon hefyd.
Fel mae'n digwydd, Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd, ac dda gen i gefnogi y cynnig wrth gwrs fel y gymau ac yn mwrthod ar gwelliannau gwaith y fai o'r resymau sy'n cael ei wneud. Gai dechrau gyda hefyd nodi fy niolchgawch a bodlonrwydd fi gyda penderfyniad y Cyngor Sir Powys i gadw y ffrwd Gymraeg yn ysgol yn Aberhonddu ac hefyd i tynnu sylw y cynulliad at y pam y gwneud hynny. Mae foddwyd 3 reswm dros gwirdroi y bwriad i cau y ffrwd Gymraeg yn Aberhonddu, a'r trydydd reswm oedd hyn, i gefnogi gweledigaeth Llywodraeth Cymru i gau miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn y flwyddyn 2050. Felly, i fi, dyma tro cyntaf i weld penderfyniad Cyngor Sir yn cael ei gwirdroi neu newid oherwydd y bwriad yma. Wy'n croesawu hynny, ac wi jyst eisiau ymlaenlaethu a beth sydd ymhlug yn hynny nawr, yn wedig y maes addysg. Os ych chi'n ystyried bod o'r holl siaradwyr Cymraeg sy'n dros 65 a hyn o bryd, bod 8 o pob 10 ohonyn nhw wedi dysgu Gymraeg ar aelwyd, ac o'r holl siaradwyr Cymraeg sydd hyd at 15, mae 2 o pob 10 ohonyn nhw sydd wedi dysgu Cymraeg ar aelwyd. I chi'n gweld y gwahaniaeth sydd wedi digwydd dros y cenhedlaeth. Odyn ni wedi cadw'r iaith. Mae'n ffordd ryfeddol yn y byd modern, mae rhaid dweud, ond ni wedi wneud drwy gweld trosglwyddiad o lle oedd y iaith yn iaith aelwyd, fferm, capel, gwaith, ac ati i sefyllfa lle mae'r iaith yn dibynol i raddau helaeth iawn a addysg. Nawr, nid drwg y beth yn gyfan gwbl i hwnna, achos mae yna manteision, wrth gwrs, fe mae digwydd bod, manteision penodol a ddysgiadol i fod yn ddwyieithog. A does dim ots pa ddwyieith chi'n ddwyieithog ynddyn nhw. Mae manteision mwy i fod yn tairiaethog hyd yn oed. Ond mae tystiolaeth ryngwladol mor gryf bod yn ddwyieithog yn cryfhau sgiliau mathemateg, sgiliau crebwyll, sgiliau dehongli, sgiliau dadansoddi. Mae'n dda o beth bod gyda ni system yn symud at system addysg dwyieithrwydd, ond mae hefyd yn gofyn sawl cwestiwn ynglyn â ffordd ni'n mynd i cyrraedd yna. Felly, gai ofyn gyntaf, byddwn ni'n dda gen i glywed gan y weinidog wrth ymateb i ddadl yma, lle mae'r cynlluniau Cymraeg mewn addysg erbyn hyn a gwaith Aled Roberts yn edrych ar faina i sicrhau bod nhw'n addas ar gyfer y targed newydd yma o 1000 o siaradwyr Cymraeg. A jyst rannu yn y cyd-destun hwnna gyda'r cynulliad, rai o pethau mae'n golygu i cyrraedd y targed o 1000 o siaradwyr erbyn 2050. Ychydig o dan 100,000 sy'n derbyn eu haddysg drwy gyfer Gymraeg y hyn o bryd. Felly, i gyfaid miliwn, mae yna tipyn o ffordd i fynd. Mae modd wneud dros 30 mlynedd, ond mae yna ffordd i fynd. Enghraifft, mwyn cyfaid miliwn, bydd rhaid i 77.5% o blant Cymru cael addysg drwy Gymraeg erbyn 2040. Dyna pam, oedd Plaid Cymru yn dadlau yn manifesto ni diwetha, yn etholiad cynulliad diwetha, bod angen i pob un plentyn derbyn addysg Cymraeg yng Nghymru o leia yn yr ysgol gynradd, fel bod seiliau dwyieithog i pob un plentyn yng Nghymru. A falle mwy dewis iaith yn dilyn hynny gan ddibynnu par ardal ydych chi'n byw ynddo fe. Mae angen ewyllus benderfynol mewn ambell i ardal yng Nghymru, enghraifft, os ych chi'n edrych o dan y ffigur yna, mae rhaid cynyddu'r ffigwr addysg Gymraeg i 10% o blant 7 oed yn y Torfaen i 62%. O 56% yn y Fflint, fel mae hyn y byd, i 46.5%. Nawr, pwynt i defnyddio'r ffigur hyn yw nid collfannu yr ardaloedd sydd ar ei holi, yn gobeithio bydden nhw'n gwella, ond i ddangos bod modd gosod targedau. Mae modd gosod targedau fesul ardal, fesul Cyngor Sir, fesul Ranbarth, fesul ysgol, Ac mae modd felly mysif o. A dylen y fod felly, dyna pam wy'n siomedig bod y Llywodraeth yn gwyrdroi yn gwelliant ni fan hyn, sydd yn gosod allan y angen am targedau, ac yn ceisio gwaith stofi to. Wel, gwellwch stofi a pob cyfri, ond awn ni am targedau hefyd os gwelwch yn dda, fel bod ni'n gallu fesif o, ydy'r miliwn yma o fewn cyfaidd, mewn 5 mlynedd, mewn 10 mlynedd, mewn 15 mlynedd. Dyma fath o ffigyra mae rhaid i ni weld yn digwydd. Ac wrth gwrs, Ewi wedi sôn am y nifer o plant a pobl ifanc sydd efo'n addysg Gymraeg. Mae rhaid meddwl hefyd am y proffesiwn. Mae'n wir i ddweud felly'n draddodiadol, ffermio ac addysg oedd y ddau gweithlu Cymraeg i iaith yng Nghymru. Mae wedi sithio nôl yn y ddau faes i raddau. Ond mae'n dal i fod yn wir bod un o pob 3 athro yng Nghymru yn medru'r Gymraeg. Dyn nhw ddim o feidwydd yn dysgu drwy Gymraeg, ond yn medru'r Gymraeg, felly mae yna sgiliau cynhenid yna. Sech hynny, mae nifer y myfyrwyr Cymraeg sy'n hyfforddi fod yn athrawon wedi cwmpo i'r lefel isaf esbron i 10 ac mae angen hyfforddi 3,000 o athrawon ar gyfer y sector cynradd a 2,600 o athrawon ar gyfer y sector uwchradd mwyn jyst dechrau ar y cynllun o miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg. Dyma'r swmp, dyma'r targedau, dyma'r ffordd yn un mynd i mesifo ar i'w llywodraeth ar y trwydded iawn ei pido.
Jeremy Miles.
Diolch, Llywydd. Ga i ddechrau dweud bod fi'n edrych ymlaen ar i'w weld cyhoeddiad y strategaeth a gobeithio bydd e'n dangos ôl yr argymhellion a'r drafodaeth a gafwyd yn y pwyllgor ar y strategaeth iaith ac yn awgrymu camau penodol i'r Llywodraeth i gymryd mewn i ystyriaeth. Yn eu plith nhw, y syniad rwy'n gobeithio bydd y strategaeth newydd yn dangos y siwrne i ni o ffordd ni'n mynd o fan hyn i gyrraedd y nod o filiwn o siaradwyr ac yn gwneud hynny gyda cherrig milltir ac elfen o fanylder fel bod ni'n gweld yn glir y siwrne sydd o'n blaen ni ar gyrraedd nod uchelgeisiol iawn. Nath Simon ag Eris sôn am bwysigrwydd addysg, a wy'n mynd i sôn am hynny, ond hoffwn ni yn gyntaf drafod y cwestiwn yna nath Sian Gwenlleian bwysleisio am y syniad o ffyniant economaidd a bod llwyddiant a ffyniant yr iaith ynglwm gyda ffyniant economaidd yn ein cymunedau ni. Mae'n etholaeth i, mae lot o gymunedau sydd yn siarad Cymraeg, mae lot o gymunedau sydd o fewn cof wedi siarad Cymraeg, ond bellach dyw'r iaith ddim yn ffynnu ynddyn nhw. A mae hynny'n glwm i raddau gyda'r patrwm y newidiadau economaidd dros degawdau. Felly mae angen i ni sicrhau wrth bod ni'n llunio strategaeth economaidd newydd bod pwys o fewn i'r strategaeth ar sut mae cynnal cymunedau Cymraeg i iaith o fewn hynny. Mae'r Llywodraeth yn gwneud gwaith da o ran cynllun Better Jobs Closer to Home, a falle dy'n edrych ar hynny yn y cyd-destun ieithyddol ynghyd â'r cyd-destun ni'n edrych arno fe ar hyn o bryd. Ond o fewn y system addysg, wy hefyd yn gobeithio byddwn ni'n gweld newidiadau i'r cynlluniau strategol. Yn amlwg doedden nhw ddim yn ddigon da pam cyhoeddwyd nhw yn y lle cyntaf, a mae'r broses adeiladol sydd wedi bod yn digwydd yn gobeithio mynd i arwen at bethau, at gynlluniau llawer mwy uchelgeisiol. Y gwir amdani yw dylsen ni fod, fel mater y gwyddor, yn ateb y galw yn llawn am addysg Gymraeg ble bynnag mae'n codi. Dyn ni ddim yn llwyddo gwneud hynny ar hyn o bryd, dylse hwnna fod yn nod. Ond ar ben hynny, gan bod yr iaith yn ased diwylliannol wrth gwrs, ond hefyd yn ased addysgiadol, fel ni wedi clywed yn barod yn y ddadl yma, dylen ni fod yn cymryd cannau penodol i greu y galw am addysg Gymraeg dros gyfnod amser hefyd. So mae angen y lefel honno o uchelgais mwyn bod ni'n gallu cyrraedd y nod sydd yn blaen ni. Wnaethon ni drafod yn y pwyllgor pa mor bwysig oedd addysg feithrin i gyrraedd y nod. A dylsen ni edrych wy'n credu ar belota cyfle i rieni sy'n ddim yn medru'r Gymraeg, sy'n dewis danfon i plant i gylchoedd meithrin Cymraeg, i bod nhw'n cael hyfforddiant penodol yn y Gymraeg i allu cefnogi plant trwy siwrne addysgiadol yn yr iaith. Mae hynny'n rhan o broses ehangach am yr strategaeth yn glir am bwysigrwydd hyn o normaleiddio defnydd yr iaith o fewn y teulu ynghyd ag yn y gymuned ac mewn gweithleoedd yn ehangach. Ar lefel bersonol, tan i fi gael fy ethol i'r cynulliad, doeddwn ni byth wedi gweithio mewn gweithle le oedd yn bosib i siarad Gymraeg. A roedd y profiad honno o ddod yma a gallu siarad Cymraeg neu Saesneg fel o'n mynnu mwy o lai wedi bod yn beth positif ac yn beth dymunol iawn ar lefel bersonol. A dyna dylen ni fod yn trial cyflenwi a darparu i bawb mewn pob gweithle, bod ni ddim yn goffa meddwl ydy'r person mae'n siarad Cymraeg, bod e'n beth sy'n dod yn lot fwy naturiol ac yn lot ehangach i bobl yn gyffredinol. Felly, rwy'n croesawu'r pwyslais ar hyrwyddo. Mae angen, nes i sôn yn yr ddadl ddiwethaf, bod angen chwildro arno ni mwyn cyrraedd y nod. Mae teimlo hyder a gallu llwyddo i siarad Cymraeg yn ei gweithleoedd ac mewn bywyd bob dydd. Mae rhan o hynny, fel oedd Susie Davies yn sôn, i wneud gyda hyder pobl, ond chi'n gwybod, os ydych chi ddim yn sicr bod y person ydych chi'n siarad gyda yn mynd i ymateb yn y Gymraeg, mae'r cwestiwn o hyder yn eich dal chi nôl, beth bynnag yw'ch gallu chi fedru'r Gymraeg ar un lefel, felly mae hynny'n rhan bwysig o hynny. Yn fras ar y cwestiwn yma o'r hawl gyffredinol, byswn ni'n hoffi'r Llywodraeth edrych ar y drafodaeth gawson ni yn y Peerhead rai misoedd yn ôl gyda Gwion Lewis, oedd yn sôn am creu hawl cyffredinol i ddefnyddio'r Gymraeg ym mob ran o fywyd cymdeithasol, ond ynghyd â hynny bod cynllawiau gyda ni i ddangos ble bydde fe'n fwy tebygol bod ni'n cael defnyddio'r hawl. Roedd e'n drafodaeth adeiladol iawn ac yn gynnig pellgyrhaeddol, a byddwn ni'n annog y Llywodraeth i roi ystyriaeth i hynny maes o law.
Price.
Dwi eisiau ategu rai o'r pwyntiau cychwynnol o Jeremy yn neud yn dod ynglyn â phwysigrwydd yr economi o ran ffyniant ieithyddol. Dwi wedi bod yn gryf o'r fan na ellir wahanu ffyniant economaidd a ffyniant ieithyddol mo'i gilydd. Beth oedd hi ar bryd hynny, bydd Alun Davies yn cofio ni'n dau yn meddiannu tŷ wrth yn etholaeth i nawr, a dod y gwir yng Ngharmel, adeg Eisteddfod Casnewydd yn 1988. Ar faner tu fas i'r tŷ yn gweud tai a gwaith i achub iaith. Ac oedd e'n wir byd hynny, wrth gwrs, o ran y pwysau, o ran tai fforddiadwy. Mae gymaint yn fwy gwir nawr. I ni'n dueddol, falle, o orbwysleisio yr elfennau addysgiadol a'r teuluol o ran trosglwyddiad iaith. Ond i fi, yn yw y gweithle, a dweud y gwir, oedd y pair oedd yn golygu bod fi wedi dod yn rigl yn y Gymraeg, oherwydd o'n i'n dod o deulu iaith gymysg gytre, ond yn dad yn lawr, wrth gwrs, a Cymraeg oedd iaith y gwaith glo. Ac des i sylweddoli hynny, a gweld a deall bwrlwm ac afiaith y dyd y gwir, y diwylliant glofawol, dosbarth gweithiol Cymraeg hynny. A wedyn ni trwy streic y glowyr, wrth gwrs, iaith, gwaith a gwleidyddiaeth yn dod yn un asiad i fi. Ac yn yw, wrth edrych ar draws Cymru, ydyd y gwir, yn yw mae'r sylfaen economaidd wedi bod mor bwysig. Meddwl am ardaloedd chwarelyddol y gogledd, enghraifft. Edrych ar amaethyddiaeth lle mae dal i fod yn y sector yna dros 50% o ffermwyr Cymru yn siarad Cymraeg. Felly dwywaith, wrth gwrs, y canran sydd yn y boblogaeth, oherwydd bod y diwydiant ei hun yn cynnal pobl yn yr ystyr economaidd a hefyd yn cynnal yn ieithyddol ddiwylliannol. Dyw hwn ddim yn bwynt greiddiol dwi'n gwneud. Wrth gwrs oedd Brindley Thomas yn ei waith athrolithgar ar y chwyldro diwydiannol yng Nghymru ar ôl y chwyldro diwydiannol yn achub yr iaith Gymraeg. Rai pobl, wrth gwrs, llawer mwy arwynebol yn awgrymu bod hwnna wedi glastorieithio'r iaith. Brindley Thomas yn dangos na oherwydd yr chwyldro diwydiannol ac wrth gwrs yr adfywiad wedyn ni yn y wasg y Gymraeg yn cymoedd y deg ac yn y blaen yn creu'r sylfaen oedd yn golygu nad oedd yr iaith Gymraeg wedi wynebu'r un tranc ar iaith Wyddeleg. Felly a dod ar gwersi hynny yn gyfoes, mae yna ryw iaith drwsgwl o ddefnyddio hoff air Susie Davies, jargonllyd, dwi'n credu, yn y Gymraeg a'r Saesneg, achos mae'n sôn am cyfundrefnau cynhaliol cyfredol. Wel, y brwydd Cymraeg traddodiadol, i ni'n sôn amdano fe fan hyn, lle mae'r iaith Gymraeg dal yn iaith beunyddiol ar y stryd ac yn y blaen. Ac wrth gwrs, mae'r sylfaen economaidd, am y cwestiwn y ffyniad economaidd, yn rhan anatod o'r cwestiwn o ffyniant yr iaith yn yr ardaloedd hynny. A be licen ni weld yw bod na, wrth i ni edrych ar ranbartholi ar gyfer datblygu economaidd, fel o'n i'n trafod yn y pwyllgor economi y bore yma, bod ni yn creu ranbarth ar gyfer y gorllewin Cymraeg, os mynwch chi, fel bod ni'n gallu dod ar ddau beth yma, iaith a diwylliant ac economi at ei gilydd mewn fforwm o gydweithrediad ranbarthol. Mae yna nifer o bethau y gall y ranbarth hynny, a mae'n dda i weld oedd y prif unidog ddo, a mae'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros Llywydd lleol wedi croesawu'r math y syniad. Mae yna lawer o bethau gallu ei wneud. Edrych ar y cwestiwn yma o allfudo. Oedd yna brosiect nôl yn y 90au llwybro oedd yn traco pobl ifanc o'r canolbarth o Gwrgorllewin ac yn ceisio, oedd yn mynd bant i brifysgol yn aml iawn yn Lloegr, ac yn ceisio denu, wel ie, a dwi'n credu oedd y Llywydd yn gyfrifol am y prosiect yna. Prosiect hynod lwyddiannus. Yn trial denu, cadw cysylltiad, wrth gwrs, wrth iddyn nhw fynd bant, a wedyn ni ceisio denu nhw nôl trwy adnabod cyfleoedd penodol oedd yn addys ar gyfer eu sgiliau nhw. Unwaith eto, yn aml iawn yng Nghymru, ni'n llwyddo gyda prosiectau, a wedyn ni'n taflu, wrth gwrs, yr sail wybodaeth yna i ffwrdd. Ond mae yna gyfle i ni ail-afel ynddo fe. Yn i'w prosiect, wrth gwrs, ar raddfa fawr y reilffyrdd, cysylltu gorllewin Cymru, a gweld bod ni am y tro cyntaf yn gallu mynd o de i'r gogledd o fewn yn gwlad yn hunain. Felly, yn i'w gweledigaeth ar raddfa fawr, gweledigaeth penodol a dysgu o'r gorffennol, ond mae yna gyfle gyda ni i greu rhywbeth fydd yn gwrthbwyso y duedd ar hyn o bryd, gorbwyslais falle ar y dinas ranbarthau, trwy greu ranbarth hefyd ar gyfer y gorllewin Cymraeg.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thanks to Plaid for bringing today's debate. As Assembly members, we do need to support effective measures to bolster the growth of Welsh, and we in the UKIP group do endorse those aims. I listened to Sian Gwenllian's opening remarks, and I agree with her that we need to put an onus on safeguarding Welsh in its heartlands. The idea of taking measures to keep jobs in those areas and stop out-migration in what she termed the areas where Welsh is the language of daily communication. And, of course, Adam Price was emphasising the economic aspect. And he also spoke about a West Wales region and possibly treating the Welsh-speaking westerly parts of Wales as a separate entity in some economic, some measures of economic thinking, and I think there may be some merit in that. So I think that there are positive ways in which we can encourage Welsh, and I think that what Adam and Sian seem to be emphasising about the westerly regions being at the heart of the matter, I believe that to be the case myself. Of course, there are pitfalls when you try to transfer policies through the whole of Wales, and I think there are potential problems when you come up with the issue of compulsion. So if we refer to the recent example that we debated a few weeks ago of the Llangennech school saga, there was plenty of evidence that the majority of the community there was against the proposal to turn a dual-stream primary school into a Welsh medium one. Now, you could argue, as Simon Thomas did at the time, that the decision to do that was in compliance with Carmarthenshire County Council's own WESP plan. But you could also observe that the plan, in its application in Llangennech, did not seem to have much of a local mandate behind it. We do talk about localism in this place, and there didn't seem to have been much localism in what was happening in Llangennech. So I think that sometimes when compulsion is involved, measures can actually turn out to be counterproductive. Somebody mentioned here yesterday when we were talking about taxation, I think it was Hugh Ranker Davis, that we have to be very careful as legislators in not creating unintended consequences. By trying to push Welsh medium schools through force, I believe that you could sometimes work against a target of creating 1 million Welsh speakers. This aspect was recognised by the Llanelli MP Nia Griffith when she expressed her fear that if the school involved were to go over to being Welsh medium, that many parents might simply switch their pupils to an English medium school, even if this meant moving home. This would tend to defeat the purpose of increasing participation in Welsh. So Nia Griffith in this instance may have identified the possible unintended consequence. So to summarise, I agree with the economic ideas about the westerly areas, but I think as a general principle we need to make available the opportunity of speaking Welsh to those who wish to do so, but to force Welsh onto people who don't want to may be counterproductive.
Lloyd.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Fel sydd wedi eileisio'n barod gan ein siaradwyr eraill, mae Plaid Cymru yn gefnogol iawn o'r uchelgais i gyrraedd miliwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050. Ond mae'n bwysig cydnabod na trwy gyfres o bolisiau tymor byr y mae newid sefyllfa'r Gymraeg. Yn wir, os yw'r nod uchelgeisiol yma am gael ei wireddu, yna mae'n rhaid i'r strategaeth hon fod yn un all wrth sefyll newid gwleidyddol, hynny yw newid mewn gweinidog, a hefyd newid mewn plaid gwleidyddol sydd yn llywodraethu. Felly mae'n rhaid sicrhau elfen o barhad a chysondeb dros gyfnod ystynedig o amser. Mi dwi am ddefnyddio fy nghyfraniad i i'r ddadl yma heddiw i sôn yn benodol am un elfen sydd yn sicr angen parhad a chysondeb, elfen sydd yn wreiddiol bwysig os yw'r Llywodraeth am ennill cefnogaeth gan y cyhoedd ar y daith i gyrraedd 1 miliwn, sef hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg. Da ni wedi clywed ambell i gyfraniad da iawn, Jeremy Miles ag Adam yn benodol, ond eraill hefyd a Sian. Fel rhan o'r gyllideb ar gyfer 2017-18 a gytunwyd rhwng Plaid Cymru a'r Llywodraeth, yr oedd ymrwymiad i sefydlu asiantaeth hyd braich i'r Gymraeg er mwyn rhoi cyfle i osod sylfau newydd a mwy cadarn i bolisi Llywodraeth Cymru o adfywhau'r iaith a chreu Cymru sydd yn wirioneddol ddwyieithog. Mae angen cynnyddu'r pwyslais ar hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg ac nid dim ond ar sicrhau hawliau i'w siaradwyr. Fel mae'n sefyll, rôl Comisiynydd y Gymraeg i'w hyrwyddo, ond mae Plaid Cymru o'r farn mae rôl i gorff hyd braich arbenigol arall, gydag arbenigwyr polisiau a chynllunio ieithyddol sydd wedi ei adeiladu dros nifer o flynyddoedd, sydd fwyaf addas yn awr ar gyfer dyfeisio, hwyluso a monitro'r math o gynlluniau hyrwyddo sydd nawr i hangen. Dyna pam fod angen asiantaeth, neu beth bynnag y bydd yn cael ei alw, sydd yn arwain ar bolisi, sydd yn gyfrifol am orolwg strategol yn y maes, ac yn meddu ar statws uchel ymysg adrannau Llywodraeth Cymru, ac asiantau eraill, megis Cyfoeth Naturiol Cymru a Chyngor y Celfyddydau. Pam mae hyrwyddo yw un o'r elfennau pwysicaf mwyn ehangu defnydd y Gymraeg? Wel, hyd yn oed heddiw yn 2017, mae yna ddiffyg dealltwriaeth eang am ba fanteision mae dysgu yn y Gymraeg yn ei gynnig, a hyd yn oed sut mae'r Gymraeg yn cael ei ddysgu. Bob rhyw 6 mis, yn ddiffiant, cawn ni erthygl gan un o bapurau newydd Prydeinllyd yn honni fod addysg trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg yn atal plant rhag cyrraedd eu potensial, fod rhywsut dysgu iaith sydd ar farw yn anfantais i unrhyw blentyn neu oedolyn sydd eisiau swydd o ansawdd, a'i fod yn well dysgu iaith dramor megis Ffrangeg neu Sbaeneg. Yr esiampl fwyaf diweddar, wrth gwrs, oedd erthygl yn y Guardian bythefnos yn ôl, a oedd yn ffeithiol anghywir, ac yn honni bod plant oedd yn derbyn eu haddysg trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg o dan rhyw fath o anfantais o'i gymharu â'i cymheiriad sydd yn dysgu drwy gyfrwng Saesneg. Mwyn y Llywodraeth gyrraedd 1 miliwn, mae'n rhaid newydd agwedd tuag at y Gymraeg yn gyffredinol, fel da ni wedi clywed. Ac i bobl Cymru gymeryd perchnogaeth o'r amcan hon yn llawn hyder. Hyrwyddo, danfonwch eich plant i ysgol cyfrwng Cymraeg. Mi ddaeth y plentyn allan efo yn rhugl mewn 2 iaith, nid dim ond mewn un. Mae hyrwyddo'r iaith Gymraeg am chwarae rhan anatod yn hynny i gyd. Yr hyrwyddo yn allweddol bwysig. Os yna ddim i'w ofni yn fan hyn, dim ond gwella sgiliau eich plant. A chredwn ni fod angen asiantaeth hyd braich i arwain ar yr hyrwyddo yna. Diolch yn fawr.
Mae Weinidog y Gymraeg a dysgu gydol oes, Alun Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, a diolch i pob un sydd wedi cyfrannu at y trafodaeth y prynhawn yma, a diolch i Sian Llŷn o ran Plaid Cymru am gynnig y cyfle i drafod y Gymraeg yma heddiw. Llywydd, byddai'n gofyn i aelodau y prynhawn yma i gefnogi gwelliant 1 gan Jane Hutt, ond i beidio derbyn gwelliannau eraill y prynhawn yma. Dwi'n gofyn aelodau i bleidleisio felly, oherwydd dim awr nesaf, dyn ni yn gwneud datganiad ar y strategaeth y iaith, a dyn ni'n gwneud datganiadau bellach a sut dyn ni'n bwriadu gweithredu y strategaeth. A beth dwi ddim eisiau gwneud y prynhawn yma yw clymu'r Llywodraeth mewn i safpwyntiau ble dyn ni yn mynd i byrhau i trafod ac i cynnal ymgynghoriadau pellach. Dwi'n eisiau dechrau proses o drafod wrth gweud lle dyn ni'n sefyll. Dwi'n credu fysa hynny yn peth dwyth i wneud. Felly fe ddim yn derbyn y gwelliannau y prynhawn yma. Dim oherwydd bod ni'n ancytuno gyda y gwelliannau, ond bod ni eisiau parhau i gynnig ac i gynnal trafodaeth cyfoethog y bwyty sut ydyn ni yn hyrwyddo y Gymraeg a sicrhau dyfodol y Gymraeg. A wrth gweud hynny, dwi eisiau dechrau gyda pwyntiau'r dau Lloyd wedi bennu yn gwneud. Bod i newid agweddau. Mae fyna dau Lloyd yn ymddangos yn dallen yr un paperau ac yn clywed ambellwaith yr un adroddiadau. A dwi'n hollol glir yn y meddwl a dwi'n credu yn meddwl pob un ohonyn ni, bod e ddim yn ddibyniol i Gymru Gymraeg yn gael yn herio oherwydd dyn ni'n digwydd siarad Gymraeg yng Nghymru. Ac ambellwaith, pan wy'n clywed rai adroddiadau, clywed ni adroddiadau yn y Daily Post wythnos diwethaf, a bod i rwti bwydo yn y gogledd pe o pobl yn cwyno oherwydd nhw'n glywed y Gymraeg yn cael ei siarad yng Ngwynedd. Wel, mae gen i neges hollol glir, dyn ni'n siarad Gymraeg yng Nghymru a mynd i byrhau i siarad Gymraeg yng Nghymru. A mae gen i hawl i wneud hynny. A dyn ni ddim yn ymddiheuro i neb oherwydd ni'n dewis defnyddio y iaith ni yn ein gwlad ni. A ni'n mynd i sicrhau dim jyst status y Gymraeg, ond newid agweddau tuag at y Gymraeg. A dyn ni ddim yn fodlon dod i unrhyw fath o cytundeb gyda neb ar hynny, dyn ni'n mynd i defnyddio'r Gymraeg ac i byrhau i hyrwyddo defnydd o'r Gymraeg. Gai gweud hyn hefyd. Wrth symud ymlaen gyda y fath o y strategaeth ac y trafodaeth dyn ni'n cael, dyn ni yn mynd wythnos nesu am linellu yn gweledigaeth ni yn y Gymraeg a sut ni'n cyrraedd nod o miliwn o siaradwyr erbyn 2050. Mae pawb yn cytuno, dwi'n meddwl, bod y strategaeth yn un heriol ac uchelgeisiol. Ond dwi hefyd yn meddwl bod ni'n dechrau â daith. Dechrau â taith fel genedl, fel gwleidyddion, fel llywodraeth. Ac o'n i'n hollol glir yn y meddwl yr wythnos y llynedd, pan o fyna ac y prif weinidog wedi gosod y targed yma, bod ni ddim yn gosod targed mwyn sicrhau ddim newid. Oedd ni'n gosod targed uchelgeisio mwyn creu yr angen i newid. Mwyn creu yr angen i newid sut mae'r Llywodraeth yn gweithredu a sut dyn ni fel genedl yn gweithio ac yn gweithredu ar sawl un o'r ymeisydd polisi. Ac wrth gweud hynny, gai gweud gair ar addysg. Dyn ni wedi clywed rhywfaint o trafodaeth addysg y prynhawn yma. Dwi ddim yn mynd nôl i'r gorllewin, dwi hynny ddim yn moriadu heddiw, dwi wedi cael gwahoddiad gan Adam Price i wneud hynny. Ond dwi yn mynd i ateb y cwestiwn o Simon Thomas wedi gofyn ni. Mae Aled Roberts wedi bennu y gwaithau a wesps a draws y gwlad, a dwi'n mynd i gyhoeddi i'r drofiadau wy'n gobeithio cyn diwedd tymor ac yn bendant dros y haf. Fe'n sgwennu at cynghorau lleol yn ymateb i bob un o'r wesps ar y un pryd, a fe'n gofyn i cynghorau lleol i sicrhau bod ni'n gallu ymateb i wesps a gael cynlluniau strategol yn ei le fydd yn galluogi ni cyrraedd y miliwn. A dwi'n derbyn pob un o ffigerau chi, ond wi yn derbyn y ffaith bod rhaid i gael y fframwaith o'r fath, a mi fyddwn ni yn wneud hynny. Mi fyddwn ni hefyd, of course, yn wneud datganiadau bellach ar hynny. Mi fydd Kirsty Williams yn wneud datganiadau bellach ar cwricwlwm ac addysg bellach. Ac hefyd, dwi'n awyddus iawn bod ni ddim yn siarad ac yn trafod y Gymraeg mewn termiau addysg trwy gyfan y Gymraeg ac mewn termiau addysg trwy gyfan y Gymraeg yn unig. Mae'n bwysig bod plant sy'n mynd i ysgolion Saesneg yng Nghymru yn gael un gyfle i ddysgu Gymraeg ac i dod yn rhugol yn y Gymraeg erbyn i nhw gadael ysgol, a mi fyddwn ni yn sicrhau hynny trwy y fath o diwygiadau i'r cwricwlwm dyn ni'n bwriadu wneud. Gair troi at rai o pwyntiau o Jeremy Miles wedi codi. Dwi wedi dilyn y trafodaeth, ac dwi wedi dilyn y trafodaeth sydd wedi bod a bwyty ein hawliau ni i defnyddio'r Gymraeg. A dwi'n cytuno bod rhaid i ni ystyried yn bellach sut ydyn ni'n gweithredu y hawl i defnyddio o'r Gymraeg. A dwi'n meddwl bod gwaith Gwyn Lewis yn cynnig ffordd o drafod hynny, ac dwi'n edrych ymlaen at parhau y trafodaeth o'r fath yn ystod y misoedd nesaf. Dwi yn cytuno bod angen fframwaith deddfwriaethol sydd yn gallodrogi ni cyrraedd yn gweledigaeth ni ac gweld y cynllun ni y cyrraedd miliwn o siaradwyr. Ond mae rhaid i ni ystyried os gyda ni y fframwaith deddfwriaethol angenrheidiol mewn lle ar hyn o bryd. Mae angen ystyried ar yw y balans rhwng rheoleiddio gwasanaethau cyhoeddus a chefnogi Gymraeg trwy gweithgareddau hybu yn hyrwyso yn addys ac yn gweithio ar hyn o bryd. Mae rhai y prynhawn yma wedi awgrymu bod angen newid, a mae rhai, wrth gwrs, wedi newid i atebion ei hun, a dwi'n gwerthfawrogi hynny, ac mi fyddwn ni yn ystyried eich awgrymiadau yn ystod y trafodaethau fydd yn dod. Felly dwi'n gallu gweud mae'n cyhoeddi papur gwyn i ymgynghori ar hyn, a mae'n cyhoeddi papur gwyn yn ystod y Steddfod yn Sir Fôn, ac mi fyddwn ni yn trafod sut ydyn ni yn creu y fath o fframwaith deddfwriaethol fydd yn angenrheidiol arnyn ni ar gyfer y dyfodol. Dwi ddim yn bwriadu trafod be fydd cynnwys y papur gwyn y prynhawn yma, ond dwi'n gallu gweud hyn. Mi fyddwn ni ddim yn ymyrryd â statws y Gymraeg. Dwi'n gwybod bod rhai wedi cwestiynu os ydyn ni yn edrych a sut ni'n gweithredu safonau, a yw hynny yn meddwl bod ni'n gwahanhau statws y Gymraeg. Dyn ni ddim yn gwneud hynny, a dyn ni ddim yn bwriadu wneud hynny. In fact, dyn ni eisiau mynd yn bellach i gryfhau statws y Gymraeg. Ac bu eisiau hefyd sicrhau bod yna digon o bwyslais ar hyrwyddo ac yn hybu. A dwi eisiau symud y bwyslais. Dwi eisiau symud y bwyslais o ffurf biwrocrataidd o rheoleiddi i ffurf gwahanol o hybu ac hyrwyddo. A trwy wneud hynny, dwi eisiau wneud rhywbeth bwysica, falle. Dwi eisiau uno'r genedl a pwnc y Gymraeg. Dyn ni'n gwybod, a dwi'n gwybod fel un sydd wedi dysgu Gymraeg ac un sy'n cynrychioli etholaeth, ble ti ddim yn clywed y Gymraeg a step yn drws ac a ffurf ac yn cael ei siarad yn y cymuned. Bod ambell waith, bod ni fel Gymru ddim wedi uno ar y Gymraeg, ond beth dwi eisiau gwneud yw hyn. Mynd nôl at pwyntiau mae Neil Hamilton wedi gweud yn bellach y prynhawn yma ac adegau gwahanol, yw i sicrhau bod ni ddim yn gorfodi ac yn sôn a bod i gorfodi, ond ni'n dathlu y ffaith bod gyda ni ddwy iaith cenedlaethol, bod gyda ni ddwy diwylliant cenedlaethol, bod ni'n gallu mwynhau y ddwy iaith lle bynnag ydyn ni yng Nghymru, a bod ni'n defnyddio y Gymraeg i uno'r Cymru ar gyfer y dyfodol.
Galwaf ar Siân Gwenllian i ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mi ddechreuodd y ddadl pnawn yma efo Neil Hamilton yn cytuno efo llawer sydd yn y ddogfen cyrraedd y miliwn. Felly dwi'n cweit yn deall pan fod angen mynd ar ôl un agwedd ac un agwedd yn unig yn y gwelliant sydd ddim wir yn cyfrannu at y weledigaeth a'r arweiniad sydd angen yn y maes yma. Mi oedd Susie Phillips yn pwysleisio'r angen i godi hyder, a dwi'n cytuno yn llwyr efo chi ar hynny. Oeddech chi'n gofyn am esboniad am yr cymal, dwi'n cytuno fo Adam, dipyn bach yn anelwig, sef cyfundrefnau cynhaliol cyfredol, a fel oedd Adam yn egluro, yr cadarn leoedd, y broedd Cymraeg, lle mae'r Gymraeg yn iaith naturiol pob dydd, a'r angan i gynnal y rhwydwaith yna o gymunedau drwy fesura economaidd. Dyna di craidd hwnna. Simon Thomas yn sôn am y ffaith bod yr iaith Gymraeg bellach yn ddibynnol iawn ar y byd addysg, ac bod na fanteision i hynny, ac yn wir bod na fanteision addysgol penodol i ddwyieithrwydd. Mi soniodd o am yr her sy'n wynebu awdurdodau lleol a'r angen i osod targeda penodol a carreg milltir ar y daith i greu miliwn o siaradwyr. Soniodd o hefyd am bwysigrwydd meddwl am y gweithlu ac bod un o bob 3 athro a thrawes yn medru'r Gymraeg, dydyn nhw ddim angen rheidwydd yn dysgu drwy'r Gymraeg. Mi soniodd Jeremy Miles am y drafodaeth yn y Pwyllgor Iaith, a dwi'n ddiolchgar iawn i'r gwaith sydd wedi cael ei wneud gan y Pwyllgor hynny a'r argymhellion yn fyna. A mi ath ymlaen i sôn ac i gytuno fe be mae dyma fi'n yn ddadla, bod ffyniant y Gymraeg ynghlwm a ffyniant economaidd yr ardaloedd lle mae yna gamrannau uchel o bobl yn siarad Cymraeg, a'r angen felly i'r pwyslais yna fod yn y strategaeth economaidd hir ddisgwyliedig, ond gobeithio bydd o'n cynnwys hynny. Mi soniodd Jeremy hefyd am yr angen i'r cynlluniau addysg strategol fod yn llawer mwy uchelgeisiol ac yr angen i greu galw yn ogystal ag ymateb iddo fo. Adam wedyn yn sôn am bod ni methu yn wirioneddol gwahanu ffyniant economaidd oddi wrth ffyniant ieithyddol, a fod sylfaen economaidd y Gymraeg yn rhywbeth hanesyddol a gallen ni olrhain a bod angen i ni gynnal hynny rwan. A wedyn, wrth i ni edrych drwy'r trafodaethau sydd ynglyn â diwygio llywodraeth leol, cyfle sydd yma i ni wrth edrych ar rhanbartholi, nid yn unig bod ni yn rhanbartholi ar draws y gogledd ac yn rhanbartholi o gwmpas y dinasoedd rhanbarth, ond bod ni hefyd, fel rhyw fath o wrthbwynt i hynny i gyd, yn meddwl am greu rhanbarth ar gyfer y gorllewin. Fydda'n gweithio law yn llaw ar rhanbarthau dinesig, sef rhyw fath o fforwm o gydweithio o gwmpas y materion allweddol sydd angen cydweithio arnyn nhw o safbwynt yr iaith Gymraeg. Mi soniodd Adam yn benodol am faterion allfudo ac yn atgoffa ni o'r cynllun llwybro ac yr angen i'r is-adeiledd gysylltu'n llawer iawn gwell rhwng de a gogledd a rhwng gorllewin a dwyrain yn gwlad ni yn ogystal ag allan o'n gwlad ni. Ac dwi'n meddwl hefyd mi fydda creu fforwm gan ddechrau hefo'r 4 cyngor Môn, Gwynedd, Ceredigion, Sir Gar, lle mae'r cymunedau Cymraeg yn gry, bod modd hefyd lledu peth o'r arfer dda sydd yn digwydd yn rhai o'r cynghorau hynny yn barod o gwmpas yr iaith Gymraeg. Does ond am edrych ar sut mae polisi iaith Gwynedd, sut mae polisi addysg Gwynedd wedi medru cynnal cymunedau efo camrannau uchel yn siarad Cymraeg, a bod hynny gweitha'r diriwiad sydd wedi digwydd mewn llefydd eraill. Mi soniodd Gareth Bennett i bod o'n cytuno hefo yr angen mae gynnal y cadarnleoedd yn economaidd. Ia, dyna beth da ni'n ddeud, ond da ni hefyd yn deud law yn llaw a cynnal y cadarnleoedd yn economaidd a creu ffyniant ynddyn nhw, mae angen annog twf ar draws Cymru. Di rywun ddim yn deud bod ni'n mynd yn ôl i ryw oes a fu, mi yda ni angen ehangu ar draws Cymru hefyd. Ond heb y cadarnleoedd, mae'n anodd gwneud hynna, dyna di'n dadl ni. Ond mi oedd o yn lloni'n nghalon ni i weld miloedd o bobl yn tafwyl dros y penwythnos yn y brifddinas yng Nghaerdydd yn mwynhau bwywiogrwydd, y diwylliant Cymraeg cyfoes mewn cyd-destun newydd. Felly, mae'r cyd-destun yn newid. Mae pobl yn symud o gwmpas a mae rhaid cydnabod hynny yn wir. Tradd tafwyl ymlaen yng Nghaerdydd, ac un o fy meibion i digwydd bod yna, mi o'n i yn gwyl y Felin Heli. Gwyl arall, gwyl hollol wahanol, gwyl cyfrwng Cymraeg eto, ond gwyl bentrefol oedd honno, yn yr ardal lle mae'r Gymraeg yn iaith dydd i ddydd yn y siop ac ar y stryd. Felly... Ie?
Allai ddim adael y fformat yma pasio heb sôn am gwyl nôl ymlaen yn Llangrannog.
A ferchog, mae yna gymaint o wyliau. O, penwthos hyn. Reit, na ni. Wel, ewch i Llangrannog pawb. A wedyn, mi soniodd dau am yr angen i hyrwyddo'r Gymraeg ym mhob maes, a'r angen am gorff hyd braich i fod yn gwneud yr gwaith yna. I gloi, felly, mae siarad Cymraeg a siarad Saesneg yn rhugl yn gwneud fi pwy ydw i. Mae'r Gymraeg yn agor y drws i mi at ddiwylliant cyfoethog sy'n dyddio nôl i'r 6eg ganrif. Mae'r Saesneg yn agor y drws i mi i ddiwylliant cyfoethog byd eang. Mae'r ddau yn rhan o'n profiad i. Dwi'n lwcus. Dwi'n berson dwyieithog sy'n defnyddio'r ddwy iaith yn gwbl hyderus. Bod chi'n clywed fi'n siarad Saesneg fan hyn yn aml, dwi yn medru siarad Saesneg. A hynny yn rhugl. Felly, be ydy'r ddadl? Dros beidio creu'r cyfle i bob plentyn dyfu fyny i feddu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 iaith. Does na ddim dadl rhesymegol, mae yna fanteision amlwg ac y sefyllfa yna, y sefyllfa o ddwyieithrwydd neu amlieithrwydd sydd yn gwbl normal yn y rhan fwyaf o wledydd y byd, ac mae angen i ni fod yn symud tuag at hynny cyn gyntaf a fedrwn ni. Dwi'n eich llongyfarch chi fel Llywodraeth am fabwysiadu nod uchelgeisiol. Mae'n bryd cychwyn ar y daith hwnna rwan ac i droi'r nod yn reality. Felly dwi yn falch o glwad y bydd y strategaeth yn cael ei chyhoeddi o'r diwedd wrthnos nesaf. Felly rhoi gwarant i chi rwan y byddwn ni'n craffu hi yn fanwl ac mi fydd yn sicr mi gynnon ni sylwadau ma'n debyg am hynny. A dwi'n cytuno'n llwyr efo beth Alun Davies yn dweud. Does i'm angen i ni ymddiheuro i neb am ddefnyddio'r Gymraeg a hyrwyddo y defnydd o'r Gymraeg ar bob achlysur ac ym mhob maes. Diolch.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn y cynnig heb ei ddiwygio. A oes unrhyw aelod yn gwrthwynebu? Gohiriaf y bleidlais felly ar yr eitem yma tan y cyfnod pleidleisio, a dyma ni felly'n cyrraedd y cyfnod pleidleisio ac oni bai fod 3 aelod yn dymuno i mi gan i'r gloch. Dwi'n symud yn syth i'r bleidlais. Yr bleidlais gyntaf ar ddadl ar gynnig deddfwriaethol gan Bethan Jenkins, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Bethan Jenkins. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 34, 16 yn ymatal, neb yn erbyn, ac felly fe dderbyniwyd y cynnig. A'r bleidlais nesaf ar ddadl y ceidwadwyr Cymreig a'r prosiectau adfywio, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Paul Davies. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 16, neb yn ymatal, 34 yn erbyn, ac felly fe wrthodwyd y cynnig. Y bleidlais nesaf gwelliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 27, neb yn ymatal, 23 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y gwelliant. Bleidlais nesaf, welliant 2 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Rhyn ap Iorwerth. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 27 yn erbyn, ac felly fe wrthodwyd y gwelliant. Gwelliant 3, nesaf ar gwelliant yma wedi ei gyflwyno'n enw Rhyn ap Iorwerth. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 23, neb yn ymatal, 27 yn erbyn, ac felly gwrthodwyd y gwelliant. Y bleidlais nesaf felly ar y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio, Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 34, neb yn ymatal, 16 yn erbyn, ac felly derbyniwyd y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio. Y bleidlais nesaf ddadl Plaid Cymru ar filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg, a dwi'n galw am bleidlais ar y cynnig a gyflwynwyd yn enw Rhun ap Iorwerth. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 7, neb yn ymatal, 43 yn erbyn, ac felly mae'r cynnig wedi ei wrthod. Gwelliant 1, ac os derbynir gwelliant 1, caiff gwelliannau 2, 3, 4, 5 a 6 i dad ddethol. Galwaf am bleidlais ar welliant 1 a gyflwynwyd yn enw Jane Hutt. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 27, neb yn ymatal, 23 yn erbyn, ac felly fe dderbyniwyd gwelliant 1. Y bleidlais nesaf felly ar y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio, a dwi'n agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 26, 19 yn ymatal, 6 yn erbyn, ac felly fe dderbyniwyd y cynnig wedi ei ddiwygio. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r ddadl fer, ac felly dwi'n gofyn i aelodau i adael y Siambr yn dawel ac yn gyflym cyn i fi alw'r ddadl fer. A dwi'n galw'r Neil Hamilton i gyflwyno'r ddadl fer.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. And I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to introduce an important short debate. In 14 years in the House of Commons, I never took advantage of the opportunity to have an adjournment debate at the end of the day, but they tended to be perhaps rather later in the day than short debates take place in the more enlightened atmosphere of the National Assembly. We hear very frequently that we have an explosion of hate crime, particularly by those who want to associate this with Brexit. And the purpose of my debate today is to question that and to provide a sort of factual background to this important debate. It is true that police forces around the country have recorded significant increases in hate crimes. Only 4, in fact, in the 3 months after the referendum last year recorded a decrease in hate crimes. And in the case of many police forces, there were very significant increases in the number of incidents that were reported as hate crimes. And this has been held up as evidence that prejudice and a form of madness and mania, in fact, was unleashed by the Brexit process. I think this is much more likely to be a reflection of the fact that there's been an active trawling for evidence of hate post-Brexit, and you will find it if you want it. And the websites, in particular, which encourage people to report things as hate crime, very often have political motivations behind them. And also, the other important factor is that, in fact, almost anything can be recorded today as a hate crime, even if there's no evidence for it. And I think this is the most important realisation here. What we're doing is, in fact, witnessing the invention of a crime epidemic as a kind of cynical manipulation, fundamentally for political or other reasons. And I think the example of what happened to Amber Rudd as Home Secretary last year is a very good reflection of this. She made a speech at the Conservative Party conference, which was about foreign workers, and this was reported to the police as a hate crime, a hate incident, by a professor at Oxford University, Professor Joshua Silver. He made the complaint because he took issue with what he described as the Home Secretary's discrimination against workers from overseas, because he said that she had called upon employers to keep lists of foreign workers. It proved to be the case subsequently that he hadn't actually heard the speech at all. He was merely going on newspaper reports of the reaction to the speech. And if you read the speech, of course, you'll see that Amber Rudd didn't, in fact, call for employers to keep any lists at all. So the whole incident was misconceived, but that was reported as a non-crime incident, and that is now one of the statistics, supposedly, of this upsurge in race hate incidents. So there is, in fact, a disparity between what's actually happening in Britain today and the way that it is perceived as a result of this particular incident. In fact, in my lifetime, there's been a very significant reduction in race and other forms of prejudice that have come about, partly perhaps from the anti-discrimination legislation, but also from society becoming, in many ways, more cosmopolitan, and in the world of mass communications, we're now much more aware of the rest of the world than we were back in the 1950s. And I think, therefore, that the climate in which we all live is much less conducive to prejudice today than it used to be. And, in fact, in recent years, parties like the BNP have completely disappeared. Even the English Defence League, which makes a lot of noise, as actually hardly is to be seen anywhere in the country today. And that's a very good thing too. Compare Britain with what's happening in France, where you get instances of people burning down mosques. I mean, that's a real hate crime. But in this country, actually, somebody shouting something nasty on a bus is what most of these incidents that are recorded as hate crimes is all about. And the fact that more than 1 million Londoners voted for Sadiq Khan to become the mayor in London last year, giving him the largest direct mandate enjoyed by any individual in British history, is perhaps another illustration of that. And, of course, nobody should downplay the hurt caused to those who are attacked and abused. I don't expect sympathy from anybody, but I've frequently been on the receiving end of a huge amount of abuse in the course of my life, and I have to say, even inside this institution, which I won't dwell on today, but it is a fact. The number of hate crimes which has been recorded by the police has grown year by year. 6 years ago, there were 42,255. The latest figure I've got here is 2014-15. There were 52,528. So that's a significant increase, 20%. It's probably a much bigger number today than it was 2 years ago. But you need to take these figures with a pinch of salt, in my view. It's a product of the authorities, in fact, redefining racism and prejudice to such an extent that almost any unpleasant encounter between people of different backgrounds can today be recorded as hatred. In the aftermath of Brexit, the police say that 14,000 hate crimes were recorded between July and September 2016. But many of these instances are likely to have been reported through a website funded by the police called True Vision, which allows anybody anywhere to report anything they like, whether they've experienced it or not, and indeed to do so anonymously. So, I mean, these statistics are not worth the paper that they are printed on. You need no evidence to justify a complaint. Everything is instantly logged as a hate incident without any question at all, and this inevitably presents a warped view of reality. Indeed, the idea of hate crime itself is entirely subjective, because the police and the Crown Prosecution Service agreed a common definition of hate crime 10 years ago to measure hate crime levels. And hate crime, the police say, is any criminal offence which is perceived by the victim or any other person to be motivated by hostility or prejudice towards somebody based on a personal characteristic. So it is explicitly subjective, whether this is a reasonable belief or not. And the police's hate crime operational guidance stresses that the victim's perception is the deciding factor in whether something is measured as a hate crime or not. Absolutely no evidence is required. And I'll read the paragraph from the police operational guidance on hate crime to prove the point. Paragraph 1.2.3. For recording purposes, the perception of the victim or any other person is the defining factor in determining whether an incident is a hate incident or in recognising the hostility element in the hate crime. The victim does not have to justify or provide evidence of their belief, and police officers or staff should not directly challenge this perception. Evidence of hostility is not required for an incident or crime to be recorded as a hate crime or a hate incident. And what sort of a world are we living in, where something which isn't required to be proved is regarded as having been proved, and where no inquiries are made as to the reasonableness of what is reported. That is inevitably going to skew statistics. You don't actually need to prove a hate crime, just a feeling, because hostility is justified for these purposes in dictionary definition terms. So, apparent lack of motivation as the cause of an incident is not relevant, according to the police, as it is the perception of the victim or any other person who counts, as in the case of Professor Silver. He wasn't actually present at Amber Rudd's speech. He hadn't even seen it on television, and yet he reported it as a hate incident. Now, if we look at the Home Office statistical bulletin which measures these things, then you will see that not only do you not have to have a reasonable belief that what happened to you, if it did happen at all, was motivated by some form of hatred within the categories that are listed in the legislation. It can also be that cancelled records are recorded as hate crimes. And again, I'm quoting from an official document from the Home Office Hate Crime in England and Wales 2015-2016, Statistical Bulletin 11/16, because a transferred or cancelled record occurs when the police record an event but subsequently determine that the crime didn't take place, was recorded in error, or should be transferred to another force. So cases where an incident has been reported, but the police subsequently discover that there was no such incident or crime, is still reported and retained in the statistics as evidence of hate crime. You know, this is the Alice in Wonderland world into which we have now wandered. It's a kind of unhinged subjectivity which clearly provides those with political axes to grind with a motivation and the mechanism to carry it out for making complaints for political reasons. Now, not only is there such a thing as hate-ridden victimisation of the kind that I've outlined, but there is also something called secondary victimisation, which I wasn't aware of until I looked into this a little more closely. And again, I quote from the Home Office operational guidance on hate crime, that this is a term which is used to describe situations where a victim suffers further harm because of insensitive or abusive treatment from those who should be supporting them. For example, feeling they've experienced indifference or rejection from the police. So, if the police are, in the opinion of the person who makes a complaint, indifferent towards it, and that indifference may be caused by the fact that the complaint itself is not credible, then that in itself is also reported now as a hate incident or a hate crime. So we're piling ossa upon pelion here, we are compounding an error which is going to lead us down the wrong alley if we are making policy on the basis of such statistics. So it's the sanctification of perception over what actually happened which has trickled down into these crime and incident recording statistics, which I believe is underlies the misconception about the extent to which there is real hate crime in this country. Of course, there are real incidents of hate. We know that, and they're all to be deplored, and the full weight of the law should be used in order to discourage such conduct. But if we allow the kind of myths which I've described and the mechanism by which they come into existence to be perpetuated, then this will discredit the law in respect of the areas of misconduct where we really do need to concentrate. And it's also a massive use of police time, misuse of and waste of police time as well. So there is a great deal which requires explanation which lies behind these headline statistics. And we all know that in the age of box ticking and targets, that the police are very anxious to record as much as possible of this nonsense as incidents and targets, because they are fulfilling their own objectives and they get paid for doing this. So there is, in terms of police budgets, a reward for recording something which is actually not true. And not only that, of course, it then creates a kind of political panic about hate crime, which gives others in other parts of public administration a sense of purpose and a search for and an exaggeration of hatred, which I believe to be profoundly dangerous, and it is an abuse, actually, of process, which should concern us all. So yes, we should deprecate any form of verbal abuse, and even more so, of course, physical violence. But what we shouldn't do is to victimise people who are innocent of any real crime or other form of stigma. And I believe that the huge misallocation of resources which now underlies this epidemic of misreporting actually detracts from the real task of those whose main duty is to enforce the law. So I've called this little debate today merely to break the consensus of silence which has surrounded this particular issue. And because I have been accused of standing in UKIP on a platform of hatred by a member of this Assembly, and I've had other similar imprecations hurled at me, this is why I have called the debate today, and I'm profoundly grateful to you, Llywydd, for selecting it for debate.
David Rowlands, but there's only 45 seconds remaining of the 15 minutes.
I'm not too sure that I could get it in within that period of time, but any crime or incident motivated by the prejudice or hatred of an individual or a specific group of people is clearly deplorable. Fortunately, such crimes are a rare occurrence, as the majority of people living throughout Wales and the UK are quite rightly respectful and tolerant. Where this does occur as a civilised and reasoned society, we should always do everything within our power to reprimand those responsible. I will just go to my last few words on that. Quoting exaggerated statistics does not help those who may be the subject of true hate crime. It simply serves to cause them alarm and distress over its supposed prevalence.
Galwaf yr ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gymunedau phlant I ymateb i'r ddadl Carl Sargent.
Thank you, Llywydd, and thank you for the opportunity to provide the opportunity to debate and talk about hate crime and the positive steps we're taking here in Wales. First of all, I sat and listened, slightly astounded by the contribution that Neil made and his colleague around there, because you, like Paul Nuttall, described the position of hate crime as technically as a fabricated event, fabricated figures that the UK government, police agencies have published. And we can't get away from the facts. You can have an opinion on that, like I do, but the figures speak for themselves. I was taken back at your comments, and maybe you want to clarify that, but you said about in other countries, people burning down mosques, which and then you went on to clarify that as being racist, but then you went on to say shouting abuse on a bus, is that a real crime? And I would say, yes, it was, because if you look on YouTube videos where the assault on individuals on buses is unacceptable, wherever that is, to whatever race, colour, creed a person is. And I find that we cannot have and should not have a measured approach to what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable. This is all unacceptable. Let me just put on record the figures that the member quoted in terms of detail. I'm genuinely concerned about what's been happening since 2015, and the crime survey won't give us all the data till 2015-18 data until next year. But what we do have to hand are reliable figures on the number of reported hate crimes from the police forces in Wales and from our National Hate Crime Report and Support Centre. Both of these sources showed a clear spike in reported hate crime last summer around the time of the referendum. Since March this year, following the terror attacks of London and Manchester, these figures also show that there has also been another spike, albeit smaller, particularly in racially motivated hate crime. The member cannot disagree with those figures. They are factual. And I'm really surprised at that. Sorry, if the member wishes to intervene, I'm more than happy for it. Of course.
Patently, they are not accurate figures. That's the whole point of this debate. You're taking those figures as having to be absolute and accurate. We are arguing that they are not. So you can quote whatever figures you want to, Cabinet Secretary, but the truth of the matter is, if they are not being recorded properly and in the right manner, then those figures, I'm afraid, are not accurate.
Well, we certainly do disagree on that issue, because I believe that the recording procedure for individuals to even step over the mark to report hate crime is very brave in the first place, and that they are recorded appropriately in the UK. Look, we've all seen the history of hate crime repeat itself time after time. We had the rise of Hitler and the Nazis. We've had Oswald Mosley and the British Union of Fascists, the National Front, the BNP, the member raises. And I dare say the accusations have been around UKIP as well in the campaigns that you have recently been involved in of Take Back Our Country, the Breaking Point, Take Back Our Borders, refugees. I think it's quite abhorrent, the fact that you raise this debate in this chamber today, because I think we should all collectively dismiss the fact that any type of hate crime is indeed acceptable. I recently attended the Faith Communities Forum. Professor Williams from Cardiff University made a fascinating presentation to the Wales Race Forum last month on the research into patterns of hate crime and hate crime perpetrators. He found a very small proportion of perpetrators are extremists, pursuing their own premeditated agenda of hatred and prejudice. But what he did find, Llywydd, is that many ordinary people, acting out of more instinctive feelings of anger or distrust. So what is happening, and what has happened, especially since 2015, to take ordinary people over that tipping point? Well, I've alleged the issues around the politics, the rhetoric of politics, which has been clear. Since 2015, we've seen the UK-wide growth in the use of divisive media. I've referenced some of that just earlier on. Immigrants have been blamed for the squeeze on public services and household incomes, resulting from the relentless funding cuts pursued by the UK government. However, this rhetoric has taken the genuine concern about terrorism and laid the blame on all Muslims, without recognising the peaceful beliefs central to Islam. EU migrants have been blamed for the lack of job security and decent paid jobs for lower skilled workers, resulting in zero-hour contracts and attempted to reduce workers' rights and benefits. And again, featured heavily on your campaign, on your posters, on your vehicles, as you were driving around, on your leaflets, spreading, I believe, hate into our country. It's against this backdrop, Llywydd, that some people have let their frustration and anger about the situation in which they are find themselves spill over into abuse and harassment of people with different backgrounds from themselves. They feel that they've been given a licence to act. So what do we do? In the days after hate crime or terror attacks, we see an upswelling of support and solidarity for people affected. When we see the worst side of humanity, it's heartening that we also see the best side of humanity stepping forward to show it stronger and louder. I put it to you, Llywydd, that amplifying and growing these positive messages is one of the best ways to prevent hate crime. I would hope that this chamber could collectively come together and support a braver, stronger community right across the world. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Daw hynny a thrafodion heddiw I ben.